Can I please welcome to this morning's portfolio committee meeting? Anila, can I please note apologies for this morning?
Morning, Chair and members. The only apology that you received is from the Minister who's attending Cabinet. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Anele. Honorable members and colleagues, this morning we'll be receiving a briefing by the department on a number of institutions that we've been concerned about as the portfolio committee. Firstly, it would be a briefing by Mangosuthu University of Technology, or rather on Mangosuthu University of Technology, the University of South Africa, the University of Cape Town, and Vaal University of Technology. So we have 4 institutions that we've asked the department to brief us on, given some concerns that have come forth from various stakeholders or through the media, manifesting from some of the events that have taken place in the various institutions. I mean, to put it simply, I think we would like to be brought into confidence in relation to what's happening in MUT, as there's no longer a council there and there's an administrator there. With the University of South Africa, there's work that was done or that is being done in relation to a number of concerns at the institution. I mean, we've also, as a portfolio committee, received a number of concerns by workers at the institution around issues relating to unfair dismissal. At the University of Cape Town, there's also been concerns in relation to the council there. And Minister has written, in his apology to this meeting, he's also elaborated a bit on how far the department can go in briefing us in relation to UCT. I don't want to go into the Deputy Minister's briefing, but we will see it in the presentation that they will give us, how much they can tell us at this point in time. And then, of course, also at the Vaal University of Technology, we saw the resignation of the chair of council there. Of course, there are also some other issues, colleagues, that have come forth, for example, at the Vaal University of Technology in relation to a number of matters we would have raised, DM, when we did our physical oversight there. And, I think we had reached Honorable a point where we felt that some of these matters were being addressed, particularly, for example, in relation to infrastructure development projects on, student housing, but those issues continue to persist. And so I think for us, what also becomes of concern is that when there isn't stability in terms of the governance and management of institutions, how do we ensure that all these matters that are of concern to us, that need to be rolled out, that need to be implemented to contribute to a conducive environment for teaching and learning, in ultimately achieving the main or the core mandate or core business of our institutions, which is the academic program. So we get concerned when we are not brought into confidence on the state of governance and leadership or governance and management at the institution in relation to how it has a direct impact on the entire ecosystem within the institution and inevitably on the PSET system. We did also extend the invite to vice chancellors and chairs, administrators in some cases. By and large, DG and DM to be of auxiliary support to yourselves, where you may feel that there could possibly be questions that have been asked by members relating to the academic program or finer detail that could branch out from the briefing that you have received. And so we felt that it would be better for these colleagues to be in the meeting, to participate during the Q&A session, or rather during the discussions. But really, DM and DG, it's up to your discretion on how you lead that interface. They essentially are part of your delegation this morning. But we look forward to the briefing, colleagues, as you bring us into confidence on the state of the university program We would have loved to also have a briefing, a similar briefing on the TVET program. But given time constraints of our committee program, as a consequence of the parliamentary program, it was a bit difficult. But I mean, when we look at the engagements we had last week, honorable members, with Buffalo City College and Moteo, you know, it would have been really difficult for us to have also had this high level briefing, but we still want that high level briefing, and we need to see how, you know, we can incorporate it, for example, into our engagements next week on the state of readiness for the academic year 2023. As colleagues come and, you know, present to us, maybe DG, you can have the TVET program prepare a briefing on the states of the TVET program as part of giving us or bringing us into confidence on our preparations for the academic year 2023. But that's our program for today. Honorable members, we will adopt minutes at the end of this meeting, both for September, or the last two for September and those for October. So you are required to stay throughout the end of the meeting so that we can ensure that we adopt those minutes. At this point, colleagues, I would like to immediately hand over to the Deputy Minister, Buti Manamela, who will then lead us into today's presentation by the team. Thanks, DM. And welcome to everyone on the platform.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and thank you for this opportunity in terms of the briefings on the state of the TVET sector, in particular the focus on the 4 universities. Firstly, Chair, I think just to go into the presentation that would be made, the detailed presentation that would be made. I think you've requested us to give you a briefing on the Mangosuthu University, UNISA, and Vaal University of Technology, and also the University of Cape Town. And let me just, in the overview, just to indicate firstly that at the Mangosuthu University, the Minister has appointed Professor Lawrence van Staden as the administrator for a period of up to 24 months. Professor van Staden has taken over the role of the council, and therefore the former council was dissolved with effect from the date of his appointment. I must indicate, I think as we're aware, that there's been serious challenges of governance at the Mangosuthu University of Technology, which to a certain extent had an effect on learning and teaching. Also, some challenges as it relates to the relationship between council and EXCO there. And I think you'd recall that there were issues around the Vice Chancellor and a whole lot of debates and all of that. But I think as a result of that, those challenges, the Minister has in effect appointed the administrator who have then resumed the powers and authority of the council. But I think the presentation will go into detail as it relates to what this means, what his responsibilities are, and how we're going to go about with this. But the intention, Chairperson, is to ensure that we stabilize governance at the Mangosuthu University of Technology. As it relates to the University of South Africa, I think we've noted various media reports, but also concerns that were raised by some within the university community. And as a result of all of that, I think members would recall that the minister has had at some point appointed a ministerial task team on the review of UNISA, and to that extent, with the fresher challenges that UNISA was faced with, the minister then went on to appoint an independent assessor who will be looking at the state of the University of South Africa. And I think the presentation will give an update on the interventions that have been made. But one of the things that the independent assessor, Professor Themba Musia, would be looking at includes the allegations leveled against the Vice Chancellor, but also an update in terms of learning and teaching at UNISA, the stabilization thereof, but also look into the issue of alleged unfair dismissal of employees at the university. But I think the report, the presentation will then look into detail as it relates to that. Both. I mean, the minister will then look at the report of the independent assessor, and on the base and the terms of reference are detailed there. But the minister will look at the report and recommendations of the independent assessor, and on the basis of that, then provide advice and action in terms of what needs to be done. With regards to the University of Cape Town, I think we have been made aware through, initially, I think all of us through media reports, but also concerns raised by some members of the council. Subsequent to this, the minister has written to the University Council, to the chairperson of council, to ask for a report. And it is solely on the basis of that report that the minister will take action. We're still awaiting the report from the University Council, and so we are unable to provide any further report as it relates to this. And I hope that the portfolio committee understands this limitation that we have on our part. We're monitoring the situation there, and we're hoping that council would agree in terms of the report that should be sent through to the minister, and on the basis of that, the minister will determine what the extent of the challenges and what actions need to be taken by the department and or the ministry. With regards to the Vaal University of Technology, there is a new Vice Chancellor who was appointed in February this year by the council, which was effected at the end of the term of the administrator. And so we then go to a certain extent in briefing the portfolio committee on governance issues and management in terms of post-administration, but also progress in the implementation of the administrator's closeout report and interventions that we have made as the department to prevent regression in the institution. Of course, your request on the briefing was triggered by the resignation of the chairperson of council. And so we will include in the report the progress, the process in terms of the appointment of the new chairperson, and also issues around stability and whatever else that's happening. I want to underscore this introduction, Chairperson, by indicating that we are, of course, concerned in terms of the situation in all the four institutions that the committee has requested us to brief them on. We remain alert, both at a ministry level and also at the department's level. And we understand that issues around governance may, to a certain extent, have an effect towards teaching and learning. But we're quite confident that with the interventions as it relates to Mangosuthu University, as it relates to University of South Africa, and also VUT To a certain extent, there's not been any effect in terms of the culture of learning and teaching, or the the core function of the university. The minister has also received assurances from the University of Cape Town that indeed learning and teaching does continue, but we do not take all of these challenges for granted, and that's why we're keeping all of them in the radar. We have a chairperson as part of the our delegation, our Director General, Dr. Mangosuthu, together with the DDG for University branch, Dr. Sotekwa. We also have other DDGs who are here, part of the delegation, and I think you've indicated that there are also representatives from the different universities. But as you've said, myself and also DDG would be leading in terms of the presentation and also in terms of the question and answers. And if the need arises, we will bring in on board any of the DDGs or anybody that would deem could help us in clarifying whatever questions that the portfolio committee has. So I'd like to, with your permission, Chairperson, to ask our Director General, Dr. Mangosuthu, to make a presentation in terms of the state of learning and teaching at the specific universities that have been indicated. Of course, in consideration of some of the points that I've made. So it's going to be a bit of a short presentation. Thank you, Chairperson. DG?
Thank you very much, DM. Allow me to start with a very warm recognition and greetings to the chair of the portfolio committee, and thanking you, Chair, and the honorable members of the committee for providing this opportunity to our department to provide an update on the progress we are making through the interventions that we have initiated to support our universities that are in distress, some of whom have been mentioned in the opening remarks of our Deputy Minister, Buti Manamela, who's really provided a thorough overview of the matters. I'll request that Dr. Sotekwa just share the presentation as I go through some parts, and I'll also invite her to support in the inputs that I'm making. Chair and honorable members, in the overview of the department and our presentation, we will deal with the issues around the departmental oversight of public universities and the Higher Education Act, just to tease out the issues that emanate from the responsibilities and roles and responsibilities of the department.
Apologies, DG. Sorry, DG, can I just interrupt you for 1 second? Can I kindly request that colleagues rename their devices with their name and surname, or at least the surname, and maybe an abbreviation of the institution that you're coming from? Because if we're to go through all 52 of the participants and who's who exactly, it might take some time. So if you can just indicate maybe the surname, initial surname, and in brackets, the institution that you come from, it would really assist us in making sure that we're not sitting with bots or anything like that. Thanks, DG. Apologies for that interruption.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's take the next slide. Thank you. The overview is going to cover the MUT matters. That includes the appointment of the administrator, the progress regarding the University of South Africa. We provide an overview of the report, which earlier on had been shared with the portfolio committee, but the latest update that includes the appointment of the independent assessor. We have highlighted in the opening remarks of the Deputy Minister matters around the VUT and as well as the University of Cape Town. We hope to cover these, Chair, and assist to clarify issues where it is requested of us to do so. Our department provides oversight over public higher education institutions, and this is in line with the Higher Education Act through the regulations for reporting by public higher education institutions published in 2014. And these regulations provide, Chair and honorable members, the legal framework for reporting by all public higher education institutions. And it requires from council and management teams of institution that they exercise their fiduciary duties and management responsibilities and do this in a transparent manner and implement the mechanisms that will ensure good corporate governance, that institutions give regular account of the results of their exercise of the delegated powers. Our department, Chair, as you are aware, regularly engages with our universities on matters of concern. And it is clear in our presentation today that our interventions have become quite intense in some cases. And if you look at our interventions at MUT, for example, you will see that the focus of the department is different. We really are looking at the organizational culture in that institution with an understanding that the solutions to the issues that pertain to MUT matters lies in engaging multidisciplinary teams that are going to help us to bring the culture that is the institutions of higher learning. And I think this is going to take us for some time, but the work currently that is being done, and I had the opportunity to introduce the administrator to the MUT council and stakeholders, and I was overwhelmed by the level of support that is given to the administrator, and I feel that we are on a trajectory for improvement. In this presentation, though, we are going to highlight obstinate issues that are hard to resolve, and we will try to provide a very balanced view of how the department's oversight see matters. Councils, in terms of the Public Universities and Higher Education Act, annually need to provide self-assessments in line with the guidelines for good governance practice, as well as the governance indicators for councils of South African public universities, as released in 2017. The ministerial directives, indicates that when the minister has reasonable grounds, in terms of the act, to believe that the council or management of any institution is involved in financial impropriety or public higher education institutions is being otherwise mismanaged or is unable to perform its functions effectively, fail to comply with any law, has failed to comply with directives given by the minister or obstructs the minister or a person authorized by the minister in performing these duties is sufficient ground for the minister to intervene in any institution of higher learning. We would like to make this point clear that the minister is guided in his interventions by these ministerial directives drawn from the legislation. And in all cases that are presented, the department has carefully engaged with the letter and the spirit of the law to ensure that our interventions do not only just react to matters, but also proactively, set the institution on a trajectory for greater improvements on its own, and such that it's not necessary to intervene in future. Of course, in exceptional cases like that of the MUT, it is clear that we have to look carefully at the instruments that are available to the state in its intervention to institutions to determine the adequacy of these mechanisms, so that if inadequate in our program for review of legislation, we consider such inadequacies so that we empower the state sufficiently to be able to facilitate that our institution on their own and independently are able to drive their academic programs and ensure that they earn the respect that is accorded to the best institutions anywhere in the world. The same directives are clear about what is the role of the minister in respect of the appointment of the independent assessor, the appointment of the administrator, and we provide in this slide those provisions with an indication to an assurance to the members of the portfolio committee that the minister and our deputy minister have really looked carefully at these in our interventions, and we have followed these to the letter. Marcia? Next slide, please. Chair, in this regard, allow me to just make reference to the appointment of Professor Anthony Stark as the independent assessor for the Mangosuthu University of Technology in accordance with Section 44 of the Act, which was done by the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation back on the 4th of August, 2021. The appointment in terms of reference published in the Government Gazette and notice of the 27th of August, 2021. It's important for us to start here because it demonstrates that the department has exercised almost all the instruments that are available for us to intervene legally in the institution. And if you look at the terms of reference, for the independent assessor to conduct the investigation based on the allegations made by Dr. Dumamalaz in his correspondence to the department dated April 2020. Some of the allegations that involve issues of mismanagement and misconduct against the very Vice Chancellor, the circumstances and reasons for the suspension of the Vice Chancellor and other senior managers in 2020, the functioning, the efficacy, the relationships between the governance and executive management structures and the portfolios within the institution, the circumstances that led to the cash flow problems of the universities and matters that were raised by the assessor that may impact on the effective functioning of the university, and the analysis of the problems relating to the governance of the institution since then, and a series of other interventions, including the independent assessor's work that commenced on the 1st of October 2021, and the report to the minister after 45 days of work that was done, the approved report that was published in the Gazette on March 2022, clearly following three other reports of independent assessors that include the work of Professor Kader Asmal earlier on, in 1999, that led to the appointment of Professor Jaap Durand, who was an independent assessor in the institutions, whose report we make reference to, and it's gazetted in a gazette dated September 17, 1999. It is clear that when it came, or when the Mangosuthu University of Technology became this institution in 2008, the minister then, Minister Dr. Naledi Pandor, appointed, she appointed Dr. Vincent Mapai as an independent assessor, was building on the work that had been done earlier on by Professor Jaap Durand, and his report was published again in December 2008, and again in May 2018, the Minister Pandor appointed Professor Bani Pichano, the former Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, and Ms. Judy Favish as independent assessors. And their reports were published in the government notices of the 23rd of November 2018. We provide this background, Chair, so that it is clear that the department at no stage allowed the institution to regress to a point where it is difficult to improve. And but it is clear that interventions of the department require a different approach, particularly when it comes to MUT. And I think this will be clear as we outline the role of the new administrator in the institution, particularly taking into account the recommendations of Professor Stark, including that of ensuring that we develop a multidisciplinary team that is going to work with management, work with council, work with stakeholders in the institution to bring back a culture that is conducive to scholarly work and conducive to a successful academic program of the MUT in an asset of the people of South Africa. Next. The CHE and its analysis on the council response to the report of the independent assessor is that the council, in its response, merely approached the assessor's report from a legalistic point of view, and that the response was not persuasive enough to challenge the assessor's findings and recommendations. And as the CHE had observed the council's inability to take some responsibility and its incapacity to take meaningful action to address the multiple and intersecting problems at the institution, is one of the issues that has led to the decision of the minister to appoint the administrator. This information provided the minister with reasonable grounds for the dissolution of the current council of the university. And particularly, we cite the council's inability to take some responsibility and its incapacity to take meaningful action to address the multiple and intersecting problems of the institution that has historical ground, roots. If you look at the reports that I've cited above and the work that the department had started working with the institution over many years, there are major fruitless and wasteful expenditure that the university has accrued from its reckless decisions regarding the former senior managers, including the former vice chancellor. The considerable harm done to the reputation of the institution under its watch was enough for the minister to conclude that there are reasonable grounds for the dissolution of the council. And therefore, the minister on the 28th of September appointed the administrator, whom I have indicated that I've had the opportunity to interact as the Director General of the department with stakeholders in the institution, including the SRCs, student organizations, including the unions in the institutions, to say to them, this is, or these are the terms of reference of the administrator, so that the role is clear, but also that the support of our stakeholders is mobilized so that it is channeled, towards the resolution of the problems we are confronted with. The administrator is charged with the responsibility to take over the role, the powers and functions, including the duties of the MUT Council for the next 24 months. And in this process, identify, and initiate processes and initiate and restore proper governance in the institution. And obviously we believe that our administrator is capable of performing this task, but the experience we have had and drawn from the work that we've done with the institution over the past number of years have shown that to convert this institution that is formerly a technicon to become a fully fledged university required much more intensive work in developing a culture that will propel the academic program of the institution forward and improve on its capacity. The administrator is charged with the responsibility to also ensure that he develops and begin an implementation of a 5-year development plan that will address the range of problems and challenges that have been identified. This is different in terms of these terms of reference, because it begins to put an emphasis on a program for completely changing the fortunes of this university and redirecting the growth and development of the institution in a systemic way over a period of 5 years to address the obstinate issues and problems that have challenged these institutions as identified in all the independent assessor reports and in the CHE's institutional audit reports. We expect that within 12 to 18 months of the term of office of the administrator, we are already going to see the filling of senior level positions so that we increase the capacity of the institution to fulfill its responsibility and review senior appointments, because based on the report of the independent assessor, it is clear that there is a need for the review of the senior appointments to ensure that institutional statute, as well as all applicable policies, were strictly adhered to, and that the administrator also ensures that the necessary employment probity assessments for the new management recruits, including ensuring that a new council is constituted, and this is done in accordance with the institutional statute, as well as the and as far as and as soon as it is practicable, and that a proper induction of all its members, an effective handover of the governance role to the new council is done in a smooth kind of way that manages the transition to such an extent that the academic program of the institution is protected, and that the recommendations of the probity assessment for potential members of council must be followed through. The ministerial task team at the University of, as we conclude our input regarding the MUT chairperson, and may I indicate that as I conclude, I'm really confident as the DG of the department that the approach of the department and the kind of support that we see amongst all stakeholders, and I made it very clear to them at the occasion of the introduction of the administrator that the support is appreciated, but the work of the administrator must continue, uninterrupted, and even when the administrator differs with the stakeholders, notwithstanding the fact that we appreciate their support. But it's important for us to protect the work of the administrator so that we allow this institution to recover and to, in the next 5 years, to get itself back on track permanently, so that there is no further interventions of this nature again to be seen in this institution. And with the intensity of the program, we believe this is so. The University of South Africa, in its current configuration, was established in 2004 after the merger of 3 distinct institutions, and many analysts and critics included failed to understand the importance of this period in the history and evolution of this institution that is more than 150 years old. Why it was important for us to engage with the journey of this institution, particularly to establish if after so many years there is no mission drift, in the institution, but also that after the mega of massive institutions with organizational cultures that are diverse and different, it was going to be important that when UNISA becomes a comprehensive university, with a particular focus to distance education, we continue to monitor the trajectory of its development with a view to ensuring that these institutions continue to rise, continue to make us proud, continue to be an asset of South Africa. And over the years, UNISA has gradually become in a center of attraction for young people of South Africa, to the point that it is at this point in time responsible for more than 50% of all teachers that are produced in South Africa. And I think this is really crucial, because when you look at the improvement of the schooling system in South Africa, you can't say that this happens without the improvement of the quality of the inputs, particularly the appointment of qualified teachers, of which the University of South Africa has been in the forefront of turning the tides for the production of quality pedagogues in the Republic of South Africa. UNISA enrolls nearly a third of the current South African students in the university system, which means it's a massive institution, the largest open distance and e-learning institution in the continent, or in our continent of Africa, and it is a significantly and unique and has a unique role in the higher education landscape. And our minister, in appointing the 5-member task team to conduct the independent review of UNISA back in 2020, made recommendations, this team, on the strategic mandate and purpose of the university within the South African context. And that MTT report was submitted and on the 30th of August 2021, which also deals with, in terms of the findings of the MTT, deals with the mandate of UNISA, and arguing in its finding that the mandate of UNISA remains appropriate and relevant. I think this is one of the most fundamental findings of this MTT, that over the years, since the last 150 years, through the milestone, mega of the institution towards it becoming a current, a comprehensive university, but it has remained focused on its mandate, and as a flagship ODEL institution, which can focus on excellence in e-learning, lifelong learning provision, and acting as a national resource of the system as a whole. The change in its profile of the student body at UNISA is one issue which in the report needs to be translated to mission drift to UNISA in its role as a comprehensive university. And UNISA has, according to the findings of this report, may not have succeeded to make adequate provision for dramatic change in the profile of the student body, and it has the potential to do so. And we are convinced that work is being done towards addressing these issues, and also that lots of work had been done already in this regard. Enrollment targets were considered to be unrealistic, and that in some cases even irresponsible, considering the lack of institutional capacity, and also that there is a complex matrix of global, national, and internal dynamics that impact on the mission, on the strategy and operations of the university, as well as its future. That the University of South Africa plays a major role in teacher education, as this accounts for over 20% of all UNISA enrollments, and it provides training to over 50% of qualified teachers in South Africa. Despite this, there is a need for UNISA, in terms of this report, to prioritize teacher development and align its research and program towards ensuring that this focal area and flagship program for teacher development continue to align itself with new developments in the system, particularly technology being identified as one particular angle, that would or that carries the potential for the improvement of the entire education system, given the fact that we make a very big emphasis on early childhood development in the system. We are providing a 3-streamed model in basic education that covers both general science and technical streams that articulate with the curriculum that is provided in the post school education and training system, emphasizing the community education and training system. DDG Fujane is here with us today, and there's lots of work that we are doing in this regard. And therefore we see UNISA as a critical player in this regard. And the report lifts these issues, and now the institution is seized with the opportunity to work on this and help to drive UNISA towards realization of its dreams and mission and aims. The UNISA, its leadership, its council, its management, according to the report, may not have succeeded to provide appropriate strategic guidance and direction to the institution since the 21st century, and therefore needed to address the weaknesses that have frustrated the implementation of its strategic priorities. And the report and its findings also, make reference to dysfunctionality in its ICT infrastructure, which it refers to as outdated, and this needs to be addressed urgently. Poor risk management and control processes, but most importantly for me, and I would like to argue that culture will eat your strategy for breakfast and your transformation program for lunch. And if you do not focus on the culture of the institution, you are not likely to turn around the fortunes of that institution. And the report lifts these issues and indicates that the culture of impunity deeply embedded in the institution needs to be addressed, and that chronic management failures in many of its key support systems needs to be addressed. The recommendations are aligned to the findings, in my opinion, and I feel that the current council, in terms of recommendations, was that the council is dissolved and that an administrator is appointed. I think it's important to see at this point that our minister looked at this but thought perhaps it was also necessary. And this was done after the minister had engaged not only with the inputs by council and management, but also the minister had a particular focus engagement directly with the entire council to say, you have responded in a particular way in terms of the recommendations of the report. Do we understand you well that this is your position? Do you wish to further provide detail, so that there is better clarity in terms of how you've responded to the report? After considering all of this, the minister therefore decided that instead of dissolution of council, and appointing an administrator, the most progressive way is that of appointing an independent assessor. And therefore, a multidisciplinary approach is adopted. The assessor is now in place. Then assessor is already, working in ensuring that this university begin to position itself as a national center for excellence for teacher education, and that this institution develops a new national commission of in conjunction with CHE and the department to revisit aspects of higher education policies in the light of a vastly changed environment in the sector. I think this particular aspect, or a recognition of the vastly changed environment, does not apply to UNISA only. It applies to all institutions. And it's important for us, and I think you will see in the approach of the minister that he has actually embedded in his approach this aspect, so that even though it's the administrator here, the independent assessor there, but if you look at the terms of reference, the whole approach is developmental, and it digs deep to the culture of institution, so that we turn it around and also take advantage of the fact that this particular report was finalized, and these recommendations at a time when there are other opportunities that are presented to the institution, and therefore the independent assessor working with these issues, engaging, unions, the university leadership, dealing with allegations of mismanagement, and work has earnestly begun. And the minister has, after appointing the assessor, and provided clear terms of reference to Professor Themba Musia, an established, scholar, with a track record that is second to no one, very well received by the institution, working collaboratively in the institution with all stakeholders. The work has begun, and the overall purpose of this investigation, clearly, it is to provide the minister with advice on the source and the nature of the problems of UNISA, and clear measures that required to restore good governance. And this provides the difference from the rest of other interventions where the focus was just look at the problem. Here it is also make recommendations for turning around the system. The independent assessor has quite a clear scope of investigation that is provided for in the slide, including the functioning and efficacy of the institution, including the state of human resource policies and practices of the institutions, including the conduct of a detailed analysis and report on the circumstances and reasons for the significant number of staff suspensions, disciplinary cases, and also what concerns us, the dismissals, reported in the institution since 2018. The assessor also must deal with the issues and allegations of misconduct and mismanagement that are reported against the Vice Chancellor currently, and also other matters that, in the opinion of the assessor, may impact on the effective functioning of the institution, from the analysis of the problems relating to the governance and management, as well as the report to the minister in writing of the findings and of the investigation, and suggest in his report and appropriate measures to provide the reasons why measures recommended are needed. I have had the opportunity to engage the Vice Chancellor and management of the Vaal University of Technology in, and agreed on a number of interventions that are interesting, and we are excited about the conversations that we have, because we believe that it's important to keep the institution Vaal University of Technology, engaged with the department, so that the improvements are fast-tracked, and that we soon see this institution growing according to its potential. The council of this institution was appointed in 2021, following the expiry of the term of office of the administrator. And the Vice Chancellor started his work in February 2022, which means the Vice Chancellor has been there for 8 years now, following a strategic planning session that the council conducted, responding in detail to the injunctions by the minister on the plans for taking forward the recommendations and work of the administrator. we saw emerging in the institution the potential for turning around that institution. The department and the ministry have established a procedure in managing post-administration engagements with the institution, and the minister has also set in processes for engaging the university in that regard. And the department, through the DDG, Dr. Soktikwa, is working with the institution that have seen recently the resignation of the chair of council, and that the matters surrounding the resignation are being monitored, and the situation at the universities is engaged intensely by the university branch of our university following the injunction by the minister and the deputy minister. The Professor Mandla Hadebe has since been appointed as the chair of council, and the council continues to operate, and the department will continue to monitor the situation. Lastly, Chairperson, allow me to present the University of Cape Town, one of our top universities in the land, amongst a big number, close to 12 universities that, in as much as we do not rank our universities, but it is clear that global ranking institutions across the world see at least, or not at least, not less than 12 universities in South Africa as universities that are world-class. And therefore, when anything happens at the University of Cape Town, we want to see that matters are dealt with, speedily. And there has been obviously widespread reports in the media around the issues of governance and challenges at this university that is an asset to our nation, including significant commentaries in the public domain around these matters. The minister has requested council to apply its mind on the issues that they are seized with, and we believe that council has engaged with the minister's request that a formal report is drawn and generated to advise the minister so that our understanding of the issues of the institution, it helps us to intervene decisively. The department continues to monitor the events at the university. I have recently had an opportunity to engage with the Vice Chancellor, bilaterally engage the Chair of Council to give us an opportunity to just understand what are the matters from their point of confidence that the matters seized with management and council are being dealt with. We await the response to the minister's request from council, and that the department continues to monitor the situation. Our university education branch of the department is engaged. We have identified a two-aside team between my office and that of the Vice Chancellor, so that we keep ourselves and the university fully engaged on issues, so that when it is necessary, we upscale the set of measures that we have put in place, or we in this regard. The department understands that the terms of reference, in respect of the council that has been able to agree on the appointment of the panel to look into the challenges leading to the governance crisis. And these terms of reference have been agreed to by council. Of course, I think there are strong voices that differ, and we are monitoring these issues. Whilst the events of the UCT are of a serious concern, the Council of the University remains in place, and the department will continue to watch these developments at the UCT carefully, with a very focused eye on the protection of the academic program of the university. Chairperson, at that level, we submit our presentation with an understanding that these matters are complex. These reports are quite comprehensive. A PowerPoint presentation may not do justice to all the work that has been done, both by councils of these universities and their management, including those that may not have succeeded. We recognize their inputs, and the minister respects the work that has been done collectively in the sector. And we believe that we've got the capacity in the sector to support the interventions that are made. We submit humbly, Chair of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you very much, DG. DM, any remarks from you before we conclude?
Thank you, Chair. I think the DG managed to cover quite extensively the reports from on the 4 institutions. Yeah, I think we can take questions. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM and DG, for that presentation. Without taking much from what members would want to say, sorry, I might have asked someone to unmute themselves. I was trying to mute the DG and the DM, so just ignore that. I think this might be a sentiment that may cut across from the inputs of many members. As members can begin to indicate their intention to participate in the discussions, please. It's very concerning, when we find ourselves in this state where we aren't able to have stable governance and management across all our institutions, and find ourselves, DG, continuously having independent assessors, having administrators, having investigations done. It's also a waste of money, really, or resources that we don't have. It's also a waste of time. Time that, given the high unemployment rates, the high inequality rates, the high levels of poverty in our country, we also don't have. Given how we live in such a globally competitive society, given the narrative we need to change about African democracies and their ability to succeed or not succeed, we really don't have time. And I don't know to what extent history has been on our side. So we really have a lot of work to do, and we can't have our institutions of higher learning, both in the university program and the TVET program, and I mean even inclusive of our CETAs, our CTs. We really can't have our sector having the type of challenges that it currently is inundated with. I don't know who I was talking to, maybe it was you, Honorable Itiye, but at some point it just felt like, every day, every month, ministers either putting in an independent assessor, or putting in an administrator, we're receiving, there's so many reports there that we're dealing with of MTTs, so many forensic investigation reports that we're dealing with. It just doesn't feel okay. It's not okay. It's not even an issue of a feeling. There's evidence that things aren't happening the way they ought to be happening. And we really hope that, as we put assessors in certain places, as we conclude, some of the MTT reports, and we have these recommendations, well, firstly, the observations coming forth or findings, and we have these recommendations being brought forth, we really, as a collective, will try our best to ensure that that of which we agree upon collectively and we believe that will contribute to bettering the entire system, we implement, because history will judge us. History will say, and in this time, who was leading the sector? And it will be ourselves. And how will we explain that to our, I don't even have a child yet, but to our grandchildren now and our children? And I think that's something that we need to continuously reflect on. Colleagues, I want to perhaps, okay, I have a few questions on my side, but maybe let me let members come in first. And really, it does speak to, in the main, I think I want to understand how perhaps Prof. Mosia, as well as Prof. Van Staden, are finding the start to the mandate that they've been given, and whether or not there is cooperation, and whether or not they believe by the timeframes that they both have. I think with Prof. Mosia, it's 90 days. With Prof. Van Staden, it's 24 months. If whether or not there's a feeling of confidence, I know it's really at the beginning, of it all, but I think it will be very important, DG, that we, from the get-go, are able to ensure that these colleagues are, we're able to mitigate and deal with any hindrances or obstructions that they may find with the task that they are given, so they're able to do provide a very effective outcome of what they have been tasked with within the timeframes that they have been given. And where there's a need, I don't know how, of course, without interfering with the processes that they have been given, but we need to make sure that these colleagues, with the tasks that they've been given, very important tasks that they've been given, are given the requisite support to successfully roll out the tasks that they have been given. And any obstructions that are in the way, we need to find ways, of course, within the law, of ensuring that they are able to do so. And so I'll elaborate a bit further on that at a later stage. I remember that when Minister briefed us, very brief, I don't know if you can have a very brief briefing, but on a very high level around MUT, there was great appreciation from the committee. And we really must state the fact that we agree with what the CHE has said in relation to the Council of MUT and to the fact that they that council had to be dissolved. Because from our last interaction and engagement with them, firstly, and not to be personal at all, but the arrogance that really embroiled that council was so concerning, and their inability, agreeing with the CHE, to take responsibility of their contribution to the state of which that institution found itself in. Their inability to do so was very concerning, and ultimately did contribute to where that institution finds itself now. Total disregard for recommendations that came from various investigations and various reports that came out, before their dissolvement, very concerning. And I really want to appreciate, an idea of bringing forth a 5-year development plan of that particular institution. I think that type of forward-looking spirit is very important, and I look forward to what could possibly come out of the work of the administrator in putting together that 5-year development plan as part of the mandate of the administrator. That for me really excites me, as it will, you know, we're not saying that administrator must just put in a VC, put in senior management, and then that's that. No, you're also saying, can you contribute to ensuring that how we can bring up this to a point of stability, and that's really exciting for me, and one would really want to see that plan come forth. I just want to also get clarity on, we are quite clear that the administrator must have within 12 to 18 months, within 12 to 18 months have put in the VC position should have been filled, and senior posts. We are, in relation to the council, we speak about as soon as it is practicable or practical. Why are we not clear in terms of the time frame there? It's one would want to really know if we are thinking about any time frames that we could possibly put in relation to putting together a new council there, similar to that of which put around the position of the VC and senior posts in that regard. So yeah, really appreciating the putting in place of an administrator there. In relation to VUT, I have to use this platform, DG and Deputy Minister, to raise a concern which veers off a little bit from the presentation, but also speaks to concerns around the state of that council and the attitude of that council. You know, honorable members of the committee are well within their rights to conduct individual member oversight as part of their functions as an individual member of parliament, but also as part of their responsibilities in terms of their constituency work. And it becomes very concerning when entities, councils, colleges write to the chairperson of the committee and say, you know, are you aware that X member will be coming to do oversight? Usually, well, all the time I am aware, because, you know, we are a committee that operates in good faith, so we actually do share. But let us say that members did not share. It will still be within their rights to go, even without, I feel like I give members permission, you know, they out of courtesy would inform me that, you know, we intend on doing individual member oversight wherever, but they don't have to. It could even be a member who does not sit in this particular portfolio committee. It could be a member that sits in any other committee, but within their constituency area, there is an institution of higher learning, and they then take responsibility for ensuring that the smooth runnings of that particular institution that is within their constituency area. Now, when you receive letters and you are CC'd in threads of emails where members of parliament are insulted, their reasoning for wanting to conduct individual member oversight is questioned in a very belittling manner, as if members don't understand their responsibilities. It's very concerning. It's offensive. It's insulting, you know, and it's a complete undermining of our role. And what it then says is that, you know, when you're not willing to allow one member to come and do their oversight, you then say, no, but then I must call you to the committee actually, because you don't want to cooperate with one member. So you are literally saying, we must call you to the committee and take away your whole day, because, you know, when you're at least with the one member, you can get through the key issues quicker. But now we must take you away from your institution, from the functions you have of running your institution, because you solely did not want to cooperate with one member. And you could have done so. That member will also be assisting us DG, we have so many institutions of higher learning within our portfolio. We also still have the Department of Science and Innovation. So you are also frustrating me and the entire committee staff, because we don't have the capacity to literally visit and interact with every single institution and entity within our portfolio, because of time constraints and because of how big it is. So when members are able to go and do their individual member oversight, they also assist us as a committee, because they come back and they report. And we are able to have a comprehensive understanding of what is happening within the sector. So VUT's attitude towards individual member oversight is of concern, DG, and it needs to be addressed. And particularly the stance of council and the members of council. Now you don't want to account to members, clearly, but you still, your house is not in order, because when someone resigns, that becomes of concern, DG. Why is this person resigning? Why is a young woman who's been given the responsibility of leading a council resigning from council? You know, it becomes concerning to us. So DM, we really need to look into the attitude of the council towards members of the committee. I mean, it is a concern across the sector, but I want to really be very firm on the fact that one gets concerned with how VUT, particularly with the ongoing challenges, right? So we have taken a position that some, not even some, that in fact, members must adopt institutions of higher learning and not infringe at all, DM, with the functioning of, or the functions of the department. No, we're not saying that. We're not saying members must start coming there and start processing things with management. No, not at all, right? There must not be any mandate creep, colleagues, but we need to allow for a process where we are able to get these institutions fully functional so that they're able to fulfill the core mandate. In relation to UCT, colleagues, we did receive a letter from the minister as the portfolio committee, and DM also alluded to it in his opening remarks. But we did receive a letter from minister as part of his apologies, indicating that there is work that they are doing at UCT. They have requested for, on the 11th of October 2022, they wrote to Ms. Ngonyama, who's the chair of council, requesting that they explain or bring the minister into confidence in relation to what is currently happening at the institution. There were no specific timeframes on the letter to Ms. Ngonyama on by when they must have sent the report on the state of affairs at the institution. By when they must have sent this letter or report to the minister, but the minister does indicate that this report must be sent to him as soon as possible. Minister then writes to us, colleagues, to request that we allow him the space to follow the prescripts of the Higher Education Act on this matter and revert with a clear way forward once he has applied his mind on the matter. I would like for us to appreciate that particular process that minister would like for us to follow. That he is awaiting a report from council, but I would, and once he's received that report from council, he will then come to the committee with that particular report and recommendations. And looking at the first couple of slides of the presentation that DG gave us this morning, in terms of the processes of, a directive coming from the minister, noted Honorable Mandaniso, a directive coming from the minister, they're followed by, the possibility of putting in place an independent assessor, followed by the possibility of there being an administrator put in place in an institution. We want to respect that particular, I propose that we respect that particular process, but I would like timeframes. I would like timeframes. We need to, DG and DM, be brought into confidence on by when the Council of UCT would have sent Minister this particular report so that Minister can report to us without us infringing on the Higher Education Act. Because what we don't want to happen is a situation where it seems as though we are not allowing for due process to follow, but we need to have commitment. Because what we're also not going to allow, colleagues, is a situation where ministers forever waiting for the report from council, because we need to be brought into confidence as the portfolio committee on the state of governance at that institution as our best performing university in the country. So we need timeframes on by when the council would have sent this report to Minister, so that Minister can commit to us as a committee on when he would have briefed us on what exactly is happening at UCT, so that we are able to also give our recommendations on the way forward at UCT. So, because also we need the story on what exactly is happening, because all we've seen is what is on the media. And back and forth of, various public spats and, so we needed to understand what exactly is happening at UCT, which is what the minister has asked for in that report. That report needs to then at some point arrive at the portfolio committee, but we need timeframes, because we also have stakeholders and constituents who want to know what exactly is happening at UCT, and we need to also be able to bring them into confidence on the state of governance at the institution. So for us, DM, what becomes very important is to respect the process that is currently unfolding, but we really need timeframes, because what we don't want is for the accountability ecosystem to be stifled because people are just sitting on a report. NSF. So we counsel Malaysia, she said, report, so that Nina, you're able to report to ourselves. Colleagues, those are just my few inputs at this point in time. I think I'll come back with with more clarity-seeking questions, given the fact that, well, in the eventuality that members do not cover me. So I'll go to Honorable Lidzie, and then go to Honorable Mananiso, Honorable King, and then Honorable Sibia. Honorable Lidzie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to yourself, honorable members. Good morning to the DM. Good morning to the DG. Good morning to all councils of the university.
Honorable Lidzie, I think there's a paper by your mic.
No, it's actually not me. It's somebody else's mic that is open. The sound also is coming to me. I thought maybe you will see who is speaking there. There's somebody's mic who's on. Okay,
there's no other mic besides mine and yours at the moment that's on, but let's continue. Let's see.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair. I was saying good morning to all chairs of councils of universities who are on the platform, and vice chancellors and council members who are here and management of those institutions. Good morning to everybody on the platform. Chair, let's appreciate the report, a presentation from the department with the opening from the DM. Maybe let's take it from the opening of the deputy minister and say that with what he has said, and I think it was also covered by the Director General. Maybe it will then be, and from what you've just said now at the end, it will then be fair, Chair, that all the questions we have, and we have many to UCT, we shelve them for now. to allow the department and the ministry that space to do oversight over a UCT, to receive a council report from the chair to the minister, and then we agree on time frames, so that as soon as we have that report back from council to the minister will then finish us with that response, and based on that, we'll then schedule UCT back here. Hopefully it will be physical meeting in the portfolio committee. And I also want to suggest, Chair, that we also then schedule them with VUT. And I will qualify why I would ask that we do that at the later stage when I'm dealing with the questions. So that is the proposal I'm making. The first proposal I'm making, Chair, that all our questions, because we'll be bordering on whether the department must continue, or the ministry must continue to get responses from UCT if they will bring them here. And we don't know whether they do have those responses from council, or will be putting in the council chair and the VC on the spot in giving us responses that have not really been processed properly by council and management of that institution. So that's the first proposal, Chair, I'm making. Two, maybe we'll go to, okay, my notes have just decided to take a nosedive here. And then to go to UNISA. I think I will start with UNISA. Please bear with. I don't know what happened to my notes here, Chair. Just bear with me for a second. Okay, maybe before I go to UNISA, let me start with VUT, because their notes are in my head. These ones, they are not really on paper. With VUT, Chair, VUT is worrying. It's worrying me, Chair, this institution, because they went into administration more than once, and obviously we don't live in that institution, but when we interact with such institutions, we get a sense that they are also not far off from taking a nosedive and going back to administration. And I'm saying this, Chair, obviously I'm not an independent assessor, but I can, with my interactions with this institution, suggest that we might not be too far away from this institution going back into administration. On the 25th of October, I wrote to the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And I asked him, Chair, and I want to read this question so that Initially, I said to them, given the challenge that we are having at UCT, VUT, and Mangtech, or MUT, Mangosuthu University of Technology, what active role is the department playing to avoid disruptions at a later stage that may prevent instability at the specified institutions? And B, what is the progress that has been made on interventions measured by the department? I asked this question, Chair, a week after I went to do my individual member oversight at VUT. And as you would have seen, very senior members of council or senior member of that council, who is the deputy chair of that council, questioned why we must do oversight at that institution. Went as far as chairperson creating an impression that myself, I have interest in that institution outside of doing my work. There was a point where I was extremely angry, the chair, and I almost responded to him on those emails, but I restrained myself. When we got there, myself and Honorable Mananis were stopped, chair, by the workers then who refused us entry at that institution. And they said they will only allow us to enter that institution if we take their memorandum and present it to the committee. Their memorandum, and we agreed. Then they allowed us in. Their memorandum, chair, suggest that when they read it to us, that there was a serious tension between management and council. They made allegations, serious allegations, that some council members were working with some management people to destabilize the institution. They raised serious issues, chairperson, that more than half of the university people who are employed there, university staff, are on contract. Some of them have been on contract for more than a decade. And threatened that if some of these issues of theirs are not addressed, they will go on a strike. And they're saying, just like they did in 2019. So the stability of that institution, as things stand, is not, it's on shaky ground. And that is a worrying thing for me. There were, council members decided not to come to our individual member oversight. They refused. In fact, the letter that we received from them was that because there were no questions that we raised towards that individual member oversight addressed to them, so there's no need for them to come. We pleaded with them to come, Chair, because our understanding is that as council, you don't only come to meetings where you must answer questions, but we felt that could have been a great opportunity for them to also understand some of the challenges the institution is facing. So they refused. They told us that they are not coming. So the stability of that institution is under threat, Chair, because as Nehao said, this year they did not get an increment, and they're contemplating on going on a strike. And we know the negotiations would have, it was supposed to be around April where they are getting their increment, but they are stalling, Chair, and we know why. They want to make a serious impact when they are striking. So it does not take a genius to know that they will target a registration period to embark on a march. So at the beginning of the year, we're likely to see Nehao striking there. And they will target that because that's when it will make an impact. When their members are not registering students, students will also enter into the fray, and also, the institution might be ungovernable at the beginning of the year. So we're asking these questions to the minister, precisely because we know that this will be at the beginning of the year, it will be a challenge. So that we avoid those things. The university can't afford, Chair, I can tell you now, having received a report from management there led by the CFO, they can't afford to pay this increment. But we must look at why, Chairperson, and this is extremely important, because if this thing is not stopped somehow, DG and DDG responsible for university branch, we're never going to get this thing right. If you can't stop it now, we're never going to get it right. In 2020, this committee in February, we went to the UT. When we arrived there, Chair, the university's own residences were being refurbished. Well, there was a block that was burned during FISMA's fall in 2016. It was never repaired. There were other blocks where all of us, we went in and checked, where the university in a formal meeting told us that these residences are ready to accept students. When we went in there, it was a mess, Chairperson. You remember, we even asked those people, honestly speaking, is that they will be ready to put their own children there. If you remember, we had to ask them because it was shocking that they said they were ready to accept students there. So those residences, Chair, earlier this year when I went there in 2022, they were in a similar space or worse. So they were not fixed. We just got excuses, Chairperson. So when we went now again on the 13th of October, we asked them again, please give us an update on these things. When we got there, Chairperson, they gave us some progress report here, telling us that those residences, in essence, will be ready around some of them 15 September 2023, 15 June 2023, 15 June 2023, 15 March 2023, 30 June 2023. So if you look at these things, you ask them a simple question: why have you not replaced shower caps? Story after story, Chair. Story after story. So we then said, look, as members of parliament, we do get some people, community people calling us and telling us theories around why X and Y is happening in our institutions. And there's a theory that we don't want to fix our university-owned residences because we want to put them in a list for privately owned residences. And somebody within the institution makes sure that we don't fix our thing because they've got their own private deals with privately owned institutions, privately owned residences, and that's why we prefer them. So to make sure that the department doesn't ask us why we don't have students here at home, we have them outside, we don't fix here. We create a lot of problems, we advertise, we cancel a tender, that process is 6 months. You advertise now and come up with stories later, and then at the later stage withdraw the tender, but 6 months has passed. So you do that twice a year, you are fine. Nothing will be fixed here. Then you can come up with all kinds of stories or excuses why you had to cancel this tender. So the problem at VUT, and this is why I want us to bring them with UCT at our next available slot, so that they can come and answer these things themselves. They can, Chairperson, you were there in 2020 when we went there. Things have not changed. We still don't have. I mean, in February I went there. A gutter. They could not fix a gutter. That gutter, water was dripping down on the pavement. That pavement had that green thing where water is always there. I don't know what they call it, but you could tell that that thing has been happening for months, if not years. It was on the pavement. There was that green thing, Chair, where you can only, I don't know what it's called. You can only get where water is always there. So which tells us, and we asked the person responsible, but Mona, gutter. I mean, really, so I will not ask any specific questions, Chair, to VUT, because I'm making the second proposal based on what I've just said, that we must bring them. I mean, and I've just made an example of student residences. It's not only that; it's many things that we have direct questions to this institution that we are appealing that they must come to the committee and answer direct questions. To UNISA, Chairperson, I heard that the minister decided not to go with the MTT recommendation of dissolving council and putting in administrator. And I think from where I'm seated, I think I want to thank the minister, deputy minister, and the department for taking that decision. Solely, Chair, because I honestly don't believe in this thing of administrators. I don't believe in administrators personal, and this is my personal, because I believe that a human being irrespective of the ethics you have, all the good things that you may have, once you are confronted with absolute power, you are likely to crack. This thing, there's a saying that absolute power corrupts. And I don't want to question people's morals and ethics. I believe that those who have been appointed as administrators and all of that, they've got good ethics. But my issue, Chair, is that once you expose them to that much power, you are likely to get a negative thing. So I'm not a fan of the administrators. So hence I want to thank the department here for choosing this process of bringing someone to come and check at the affairs. Where I think I agree with you, Chair, is that let's get time frames there of the assessors period. I know they've clearly outlined what is it that is expected from them. The second issue why I agree with their move is that our intervention mechanism, DG, are too slow. They are mostly overtaken by events. And for an example, if you look at issues at UNISA, the council that the MTT was looking into its affairs was not the council that appeared before us, Chair. Even when we were dealing with that issue of, what do you call that thing? Where they admitted more students, enrollment plans. It was a different council. So our intervention mechanisms, we must look at them. Hence, we're asking the department to be like us and do what we refer to as a VAR oversight mechanism. VAR oversight mechanism, Chair, for those of you who follow cricket, rugby, soccer, VAR is a system that is introduced in this sport where when an on-field referee makes a mistake or an umpire makes a mistake, a VAR can pause the match, and say, looking at this video, I think referee, you have made a mistake. This is not an offside. It actually should be awarded as a goal. So you fix the problem whilst you are inside the game. You don't wait for Monday and a referee there appears on TV, said, no, man, they've robbed Liverpool. Yeah, it should have been a penalty against Arsenal like we saw recently. You don't wait for that period. You immediately intervene when there is a challenge and you fix it there and then. That will avoid a situation where you get an MTT report that suggests, or you get an assessor's report. Maybe let me make this practical example with MTT. An assessor's report that says, no, council was wrong. They for suspending the vice chancellor at MUT, and therefore the recommendation is that we must. The recommendation is that we must. Sorry, man, there's somebody calling me. The recommendation is that we must call back or re-employ or bring back the VC. But at that time, if the VC has even, because that thing, he was on suspension for 1 year, he has even resigned, probably got in employment somewhere. So you are bringing somebody back when they are no longer under the system, when they've left. So we will avoid such things if we do a VAR oversight mechanism that way at DG. So and I believe that the MTT report here was overtaken by events. You have put now an assessor to look at what you have described, which is fine. Let that period also not take long. I'm not sure when is the term of the council ending there. By the time the assessor comes back, you will find that you will have a new council at UNISA. What will be the, it will just be waste of, it will be wasteful expenditure. So let's try and avoid coming in at the later stage when we've been overtaken by events. Now, let me go to questions on UNISA. I think let's ask them if there's any been improvement in the throughput rate and success rate at the university, especially for the undergraduate students. Let's ask UNISA management and council if they've made a determination with regard to the offering of higher certificates and their relevance. And if so, what would have been the outcome? And if not, why not? And then maybe let's ask them, what was the enrollment total for 2022 at the university? And to what extent has the department monitored the implementation of the recommendations of this MTT report that I've just spoken about? And has it yielded any results? I know that you have not taken all the recommendations, DG, as you alluded earlier on, but those that you have taken, do you think they've yielded any results? UNISA offers short programs and courses, and they claim such offer credits towards a formal qualification. One certificate course called Program in Mathematics Teaching, FET, which has an ID of 70394, claims to offer credits towards an advanced certificate in mathematics education, FET. Such a qualification is no longer offered by UNISA, yet the certificate course is still advertised with the claim of credits towards advanced certificates in mathematics education, which is an FET phase. Why are such claims being made and not corrected to truthfully reflect the value of short programs and courses? And can UNISA verify that all claims made of credits of completed short courses or programs are true and leads to a formal qualifications that are offered by UNISA? I hope Chair was very clear on that part. So then lastly, Chair will go to MUT. Like I said, maybe let's welcome Professor Van Staden as the administrator and welcome the decision. You see there, Chair, I'm not a fan of administration and all of that, but the chair of council, in fact, the whole council, the last interaction we had with them, they came here, DG, and literally insulted Parliament. They came here and told us, literally, we don't know what we're doing. That's what they said, or that's what they implied. We don't know what we're doing. Questions we're asking them, no, they're not comfortable in answering. Even the physical, their expression, their facial expression. You could tell that if we're in a physical meeting with them, I'm sure some of them would have tried to handle us, physically. They were irritated. More than being irritated, they disrespected council. I mean, we're asking them, there are allegations that some of your lecturers are doing sex for marks. And we asked you this question last year. What have you done on those things? What is the consequence management? Have you done any investigation and found who those teachers are. Because here are learners who have written, they are saying they are willing to even name these lecturers. And you come to us and tell us, no, give us space. It's over a year, so we're giving you space for what? Yeah? You don't care about the image of this institution. Tomorrow, employers are seeing these things. Potential employers are saying, they are probably saying, we're not going to hire anybody here because they probably got their degree through sex for marks. So you don't care whether what we produce is absorbed by the mainstream economy. So I'm extremely happy that ultimately the department put them under those ones. I always don't want this thing of administration, but those ones I was very happy because you could tell that they are beyond redemption, or you can't do anything there. Or they were in it for it. They were just tired. So we're very happy. But we don't want to see a department. We don't want to see some of them, of those people with their arrogance and all of those inability to want to account, inability to want, inability to want to protect the image of the institute. We don't want to see them tomorrow rocking up, being council members at University of Venda or TUT or whatever, because we have a problem of recycling these people who are beyond redemption. So let's not, please, department, moral copa, let's not repeat these things. So two questions. What is the status of governance? I know that the Van Staden has just been there for just over a month and 2 weeks or so. But what is the status of governance and management stability there? And then there were issues that were raised there by the student leadership on the renovation or the state of their student residences. What are are there any developments on the renovation of those residences? So please, I know you might need to respond to us in about 7 days or so in writing, because this one will want a little bit more detail. Are there any outstanding, or maybe if so, provide us with the update on renovation of residences, and if not, why and what are the plans in this regard? And then are there any maybe what is the status of infrastructure development projects in totality? And are there any outstanding infrastructure projects? Because MUT is in the township, and we do have, like at SMU, at TUT, with institutions who are in the township where community comes and demands that 30%, and then you give them or you don't give them, and then the main contractor abandons the projects and all of those things because of their own issues. Are there any infrastructure projects that have been abandoned at MUT? If so, which project, and what are the interventions that are in place to mitigate against it? And maybe lastly, this one I can't live without it. As reported in our committee meeting of 18 May this year, it was indicated that NSFAS owed the university some funds, and there were student appeals that were yet to be finalized. Has any of this been resolved? If not, what are the reasons? And has council and management developed, or before you came in, Tatif and started, did council and management develop an action plan for the implementation of the independent assessor's report? If so, please kindly furnish us with the copy. And if not, why not? Like I said, Chair, on VUT, I will not ask, on UCT, I will not ask direct questions for reasons that I would have said earlier on. I apologize for taking long. And thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Litie. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. And let me start by actually welcoming the report. And one must say that indeed, sometimes these particular reports are discouraging, more especially when you have an obligation to do oversight as a member of parliament. I would want to comment that seemingly some of these portfolio committees, people think that it's just a ticking box for us to do oversight and accountability. And we actually take offense, because ours is to ensure that we create a conducive environment for our people, and we make sure that we deliver the better life that we have promised as the governing party. Chair, one wants to say that in terms of the UCT, I fully agree with you and Honorable Litie to say that we need a specific time frame on when can this particular portfolio committee can get the report, because delaying it might cause so many issues, and as if that we are not a responsive government and responsible government. So it is important that we get that particular report. On issues of UNISA, Chair, one must say as actually a beneficiary of their programs, and as well a person who has went through their knowledge production programs. I want to just remind and caution those who are leading this body that it is important that they know that this is the first university of choice for most of us who are from the working class societies. So it is important that they make sure that we don't fail our people. I like what you said when you were just making your remarks, to say that it is important that people take note that everything that we do here, it's not just, the work as a member of parliament, but we want to ensure that we deliver to our people and we do not fail them. So important, those who are employed here, they do what they are expected to do at that particular time. On issues of the accredited courses, I'm covered by Honorable Litie. And as well, I think it is important that we get the submission for the program of action with regards to the recommendations, so that we are able to do our monitoring and evaluation process properly. Chair, mine is mostly for the department. I just want to check with the department that, is there any process where there's a handover process from those who are leaving these institutions to those who are in predecessors? The reason why I'm asking this is because of the report itself. It shows that this thing is a culture, and it is a culture now. It's a historic thing that in these particular institutions, you would have people mismanaging the funds. There are things that you don't actually find to be happening, but it's pure corruption. So I want to check if there's a handover process. And I want to check as well with the department to all these institutions if there are capacity building programs for those who are actually employed to ensure that there's governance, leadership in these particular institutions. And one must emphasize, Chairperson, that indeed, here we're dealing with people who are actually inward looking in terms of, doing wrong things or not actually delivering what they're supposed to be doing. And this is a disease for all these institutions that that this particular disease is actually creating ill health in these institutions, be it in a capacity way or in financial way or resource. I mean, how people are handling these institutions is very bad, and there's a need of an improvement that people must know that in these institutions we need activists, not people who, you know, power mongers and who have some elements of power struggles, because these institutions at times they are being actually changed to be political terrain. It's as if it's me and Tebogo fighting to for a position somewhere to you know, for political power. So quite important that our people change. And I like the fact that at times when we deploy or employ people in this institution, we actually take fit for purpose people, but if they cannot deliver, therefore they are equal not to be fit for purpose for these institutions. Chair, the other thing that I want to speak on and ask the department, I just want to check that do they have a specific program for these institutions that they stick on in terms of monitoring and evaluating them? Because I think how they do things, as Honorable Lithier could have said, it is in a slow pace, and one would want to check if all these institutions are actually complying and adhering to those particular programs. Like us as members of parliament, we have a quarterly program and we adhere to it. So I want to check with them if the department has that with regards to their oversight, and if do they have people who are actually not taking their oversight serious. Chair, let me emphasize that it is important that people in this institution must note that as MPs in this particular 6 administrations, we want to see ourselves as agent of change and not people who are actually deepening crisis in this institution. So it is important that the open policy must be adhered to in these institutions. I can go anytime as it when I feel that I would want to go and make oversight. So important because I don't think there's something to hide, more especially in these public institutions. So I think the DM has emphasized on the issue of stability. And as I conclude, Chair, I want to say to them, stability in this institution, it's a mandatory obligation by all entrusted to manage, govern, and lead. Why is it difficult actually for them, highly capable as they are, to do this? And I want them, when they respond, they must actually tell us as this particular portfolio committee to say, how can we help them that they execute what they are tasked to? Not if, I mean, consequence management, mismanagement, and so on, and all these things, as they are happening in this institution, they come back to us as the governing party. People feel that yet we are voted by the majority to make sure that our people account as entrusted. And lastly, Chairperson, does the department has a report of all these institutions where you would have assessors, independent assessors, or administrators appointed based on the resignation of these people going for better prospect, not because of they are implicated in negative things? If the report, the department has such report, can it be given to us as the portfolio committee, so that as we engage with these institutions, we are able to know what the other people, they have a good story to tell in terms of changing this institution to the better space that we want to see. On issues of Mangosuthu University, Chair, I'm actually fully covered by Honorable Lithier, and I'm interested mostly on the NSFAS report to say what is the status quo to date, because we are actually interacting with NSFAS as it when these issues are rising on the ground. On the issue of Vaal University, Chair, I'm covered by Honorable Litsia that we must actually give them special attention. They must come to us and thoroughly interrogate what we got when we went there for oversight. I mean, we were held hostage. And that particular hostage, it was a cry for people who feel that they understand that building an institution, you need the support of all stakeholders. So it is important that we give VUT a priority, and other institutions that are actually facing the same challenge of lack of proper government and leadership in their institutions. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable King.
Good morning to everyone and good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, you can see I'm on my way to the airport, so I'm just going to switch off my camera. Okay, so Chairperson, noting everything that has been said from the various institutions, I feel today we are basically having a discussion in vacuum when we look at the outstanding reports that we still need to go through from the independent assessors and the administrators. And as was rightfully said, up until they've done their proper investigation and assistance, we then will properly interrogate these reports. So I'm mindful that we are still waiting to see how their interventions have worked out. Chairperson, on the matter of UCT, previously there was an ombudsman report on the behavior of the Vice Chancellor, which was then set aside by the council. So my question would then be, what's the need of ombudsmen in universities if it is just going to be seen as an something as just intruding into the work of the council? So I would like to get an understanding what's the importance of the ombudsmen at some of these universities. That would really help. Then I'm very thankful for the council when they decided to bring in some retired judges and 2 doctor professors to investigate the issues at UCT. Yes, media outcry has been there. And when we look at the media outcry, Chairperson, it basically taints the image of the institution. But it also, in most cases, we then need to question the autonomy. Is that not going to be compromised in the long run of these institutions when we bring about all these administrators and independent assessors? Because clearly it then means that the university's autonomy is then going to be in question because they cannot manage their own council duties, the management and the governance of the institutions. Chairperson, also I would like to see from the department itself, how involved was the Sibusiso Bangu program in terms of MUT and Vaal, because I know they are mostly going, assisting when it comes to institutions of that was previously disadvantaged. So I would love to see their intervention in all of this. I'm just going through, most of the stuff has been covered, but Chairperson, that I would like to raise a question also, and that we be mindful of in our quest to ensure proper transformation, and as you put it, Chairperson, African democracy, we then also need to be mindful of the fact that our quest should not be at the expense of quality and fit for purpose of institutions. And those are the things that we need to be mindful of going forward. In as much as we want transformation, how effective will it be if we cannot have people that are fit for purpose, but people who see themselves as larger than life and the institution itself? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable King. Honorable Sibia, followed by Honorable Yabo, then Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable Sibia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks for your presentation. Yo, hi. Thank you so much by dissolving MUT Council. I siyabonga. Hey, they are arrogant. They told us they must be given a space. Nibaxelele ukuba yiso ke ispace lesi bahambe kahle, but don't make a mistake to reappoint them to any institution. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Siyabonga, Ma'am Sibi. Honorable Yabo.
Honorable Chair, may I request that you allow Honorable Matlhatsi to speak? I would like to quickly take my medication and I will speak thereafter, if you do not mind. Thank you, Chair.
That's fine, Honorable Yabo. Honorable Matlhatsi. Okay, I think Honorable Matlhatsi was kicked off the platform. No, I see her. Honorable Matlhatsi.
I'm back here.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and good self and honorable government and all VCs and chairs of councils who are with us today. Am I audible?
Let's continue to try, Honorable Whip.
Chair, am I audible?
Honorable Matlhatsi, we're gonna, yeah, if you can.
Or maybe I can just move where I am.
Okay.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable Matlhatsi.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Let me be quick then, although I had a number of questions. I want to start with Chair. One, does the department have sufficient capacity and mechanisms to respond? I think in
Honorable Matlhatsi, if you can move a little bit more.
in Honorable input, this came actually. Therefore, you know, if the department.
I think Honorable Matlhatsi is back in Acacia Park, so we all know her unfortunate realities there with the network. All right, Honorable Matlhatsi, as you try and move to a spot that is better in your house, maybe let me just acknowledge Honorable King's question on the chat.
Is it not better, Chair, or I'll send my questions then through to you?
Okay, I think you've moved to a better spot. Let's just try again.
Am I audible now?
Continue, Honorable Matlhatsi, let's see. Yeah, no, there's nothing coming through on our side. Let me take Honorable King. I don't know if you want to answer, speak to your question, or if I should read it out while we're still trying to work on Honorable Matlhatsi's network.
I will ask it quickly, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to find out from the Department of Higher Education if they ever did an analysis on all the institutions after they've been placed under administration and after the administrator's term has come to an office, that these institutions improve on the governance or that they regress on the governance, because it would be interesting to see the effectiveness of the administrator's process during that term. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable King. Honorable Matlhatsi, I'd like to come back to you. Okay. Honorable Mahlati?
Chair. Hello, Chair.
Yes.
Okay, I literally have to sit outside my house to be able to participate. But that's the reality of Acacia Park. However, here are my questions, Lalo. One, does the department have sufficient capacity and mechanisms to respond timelessly to matters in institutions to avoid interventions which require independent assessors and administrators? Like I said earlier, this question is informed by the number of interventions that are being put in place. Does the department currently have the necessary, human capacity to deal with these issues? Number two, Chair, to the department as well, in the MTBPS adjustments for Program 2, Policy Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, the program seems to be experiencing significant shifting of funds. What is likely the impact of this on the program's capacity? The mere fact that we're moving money from this particular program, it will have, difficulty in managing its business relating to its initial APP. Now, with these shifts that are taking place there, what are the, how will this impact on the program of this particular program? Number three, Chair, when you look at the report that has been given to us today, it is clear that there are a number of weaknesses in councils. And this problem seems to be, widespread through different institutions. What are the interventions that can respond to this particular problem besides us having assessors and what? In looking at the capacity of the department, they should be able to by now acknowledge that there's this particular problem in terms of cancers. How do we mitigate it? Because when you look at MUT, as Mam Sibia and all honorable members have raised this matter, the issue there, the council was extremely arrogant, did not even want to listen, did not want to hear anything. In actual fact, if it was according to them, they were not supposed even to be to be called in this particular portfolio committee, and they were not willing to account. Now, given those limitations, what is it that the department is doing in that regard? Chair, not noting that the administrators play a critical role in the reconstituting of our councils and appointment of senior managers, including VCs, does the recurring problem also link, or is it linked to the role of previous administrators? And how does this impact on the work of the new administrators, and whether these new what needs to happen broadly? But does the department ensure the appointment of administrators' decisions are thoroughly scrutinized to ensure appointments are above board? Chair, I will pass MUT, but with just one issue that borders on my mind at this point. Having looked at, one of the key issues in most of these institutions is the vested interest, especially on financial management, where in MUT, to be specific, there was an allegation that the chair of council was somehow part of the report relating to mismanagement of funds. Well, given that the council has now been disbanded or they have been removed, will the administrator be following through all those issues, making sure that, I remember when we were dealing with the Mbati report, the issue of fiduciary duty came strongly. But in my view, the mere fact that people have been removed there does not exonerate them from accountability. I'm hoping that in the terms of reference of the administrator at MUT, this matter be followed through so that people do not just leave scot-free without their matters being resolved. Chair, when you look at the Auditor General's report, 11 out of 25 universities have received findings with compliance with legislation. The non-compliance identified related mainly to the university not having the required processes in place for members of staff to declare their conflict of interest proactively, or when what the main difficulty in relation to the declaration of conflict of interest, and is the MUT also facing these challenges, and how can they be effectively resolved? On the UNISA, Chair, Honorable Mananiso said a very important statement that this institution, ke mo re llelang teng jaaka batjha ba tswang ko di matlong kapa metseng e dikobodi magetleng. Therefore, this institution has no option but to work and produce nothing but the best. And I want to say, Chair, it has produced some of the best, academics, best administrators. Therefore, its weaknesses are bordering on the, the hopes and of the working class youth. Not that all these other institutions are not important, but I think it is important that we raise this particular issue, that UNISA has to find it must be able to do its best. Now, then you listen comments made earlier by members, and I want to make a reference to your comments as well about the importance of members of parliament being allowed space to do their oversight in institutions of higher learning. One of the critical issues that Mamsipia always speaks to passionately is about the banning of institutions, that it can't be allowed, it should not be allowed, it should not be happening. But this thing of banning of institutions when they are matters in relation to,
I think we lost Honorable Mahlati, but it's probably bringing her back. If we can just be a bit patient, really, it's not in her hands.
I'm back, Chair. Am I audible? This one is very important. I can't live without saying it.
No, you're back again. We can hear you.
All right. I want to say ourselves, institutions of higher learning, those are public institutions. And I will remember in the SONA of 2022, President spoke about the importance of public institutions being open to public. It will be important not only these institutions to be open to us as members of parliament, but to the public. These spaces are not ours, are meant for our people to be able to have access to them. And I'm even thinking, Slalo, any member of public should be allowed to go into the university and request an appointment with the VC and say, VC, I would want to understand how this institution operates. Not only to us, but if ourselves being custodians of oversight on this institution are not given space to do so, it's a problem. And the mere fact our people have no ownership of these spaces, they are unable to even protect them. But the day we realize and appreciate the fact that these institutions are public institutions, so that communities are able to even go beyond the call of duty to even protect these institutions because they will have total ownership to them, is very important. And most importantly, without giving much credit to the VC of the University of Cape Town. Unfortunately or fortunately, I follow Twitter and I've seen how she would want to see change in that particular institution. Of course, yes, UCT is still coming at a later stage. But the posture that we must create in institutions of higher learning is the posture that says we are all, as different stakeholders in institutions, students, council, management, we must try to work together and bring the necessary change and appreciation to this institution and make sure that we are are able to create spaces that are conducive, how we have access to that particular institution without necessarily being there physically at UCT. But those are the issues that will come at a later stage, because what I'm speaking about is my subjective view on the matter. When we deal with the report, we'll deal with those matters at that particular late stage. But it is important to make institutions very accessible, not only to us, not only to members of parliament, even those who belong to different committees, but to the general public.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi. I want to believe you had concluded. I'd like to then move on to Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will try to speak as succinctly as possible, hoping that I will not get interruptions from my coughing during my inputs. I would like to appreciate the presentation made by the Deputy Minister here with us. And I would like to greet everyone on the platform, officials from the department, Deputy Minister, members of Parliament in this meeting with us, and everyone else who's here to provide one form of support or another. The representations that have been brought before us, and I would not want to make sweeping statements, but of course one is entitled to have an opinion on matters presented herewith. And I want to first speak on the UCT presentation. I think to make comments on the basis of what has been out there in media reports may lack facts that we may need to understand fully what is at play here. This institution is led by women. And we should applaud the leadership that ensured that this institution, UCT, gets led by strong, qualified women of merit. And I want to mention merit because in most instances where transformational policies are applied, it is usually insinuated that people are done favors, whether it's a transformation by providing equitable employment to previously disadvantaged individuals, Blacks in general, Africans in particular. Women, moreover, it is deemed that these categories of people are done favors if they are elevated to echelons of leadership and power. But I want to emphasize that this institution has been blessed and lucky to have women of a caliber whose credentials cannot be questioned. They are meritorious, and that removes the need for a speculation around their capability to run an institution of this magnitude. And therefore, other questions may arise on what could be the root cause of the furor we find or the furor we see taking place in that institution. I would prefer that perhaps the institution itself needs to respond to the department on the inquiry that has been made to explain in detail, in clear detail, what is at play. And I would want the department, once having received such a response, to be able to interface with the committee so that we also are kept abreast on what is at play. Because from a perspective of an outsider looking in, it looks as if there is this concept within the leadership collective at the university. What inspires that this concept waits to be known only at the point where facts are gathered and are presented. But it does not look good. The one thing that I think Honorable Litsi spoke to, and Honorable Mahlatsi also touched on, is that these institutions, particularly these ones which have been, which are not part of the previously disadvantaged core of institutions, seem to have a similar problem of being institutional enclaves of a bygone era. They seem to be enclaves of a bygone era. And there seems to be a power struggle when transformation is supposed to be entrenched. And it is an indictment on the leadership collectives which are appointed in these institutions to find that institutions which have been previously advantaged with a specific pedigree in the previous dispensation refuse to transform at the rate that is required by a state, a democratic government. We do not deny that institutional autonomy has been argued for in protecting the academic production or the throughput that institutions need to maintain without interference from the outside world, namely the political world. We can appreciate what was intended by conferring autonomy to these institutions in protecting that academic integrity, to be able to produce academic work without undue political interference. But it seems as if these institutions are now becoming impossible to govern with the current model, the current structures in place. In fact, they have now become more platforms and plateaus for power struggles and boardroom politicking. Something that we must warn against with the rigorous admonition that it deserves. We must warn against these institutions becoming platforms and plateaus for power struggles, for the maintenance of vestiges of a bygone era. We must be able to claim these academic spaces as models of a democratic era, as epitomes of a democratic era. We must not be seeing previously advantaged institutions or those institutions which were previously seen as enclaves of a specific race only, refusing to shed that facade, shed that personification 28 years into democracy. The leadership collectives which govern these institutions must help us as a country to transform these institutions into model democratic era institutions of academic excellence. That's what our pursuit is. So with the UCT matter, I would advise that the institution provides answers to the department as soon as possible, and that we also be kept abreast on what is really at play there. I have, being someone who's also in the communications space, in my other responsibilities, I am very weary of taking media reports as they come. I usually take them with a pinch of salt and would prefer that we delve down deep into the facts, use the principle of audi alteram, so that we are able to measure versions of the same story against what could be the possible truth. Now, on the matter of MUT, we would know that we would have interacted with the institution on a number of occasions. And I would want to posit here that we would have had our own challenges with the governance of the institution. And we would also have preferred that the aftermath of interventions that would have been brought into the institution would bring a much more stable environment, governance environment. And it is really unnecessary that an institution move from one storm to the next, as if we do not have capable people who are able to lead in that space. Let me also make this point, and I think Honorable Litsie might have touched on it, although he touched on it in a different, from a different perspective. And I want to touch on it from another perspective. These institutions are not secluded from the communities within which they are located, because they are built somewhere. And I always make the point that there is no such thing as a national or a provincial or a regional institution or organ of state, in the sense that these buildings, which are occupied by human beings, given responsibilities of these institutions, organs of state, departments, are located within communities. They would be located in a specific ward. You can locate a building in a specific ward, Chair. And the dynamics of the communities around these institutions will inevitably find themselves being played out within the communities, especially where it concerns bread and butter issues. And so I want to make the following deposits on that particular matter. It appears that institutions do not have a policy to handle their locale as far as economic participation is concerned with the various infrastructure projects that are being carried out within the campuses that are located within communities, it appears there is no semblance of policy that exists that guides interactions between these institutions and the communities within which they are located. And that has been a cause for many headaches for the leadership collectives in these institutions, as well as the communities themselves, where they would have to deal with high barriers of entry. And I think Honorable Lydia referred to it as participation on the 30% that is meant for local economic development. We have seen how this terrain has become very dangerous, almost overnight. Lives get lost because of these scuffles that emanate from people contesting each other for crumbs, this 30%. And so I speak of this because we need to have institutions of higher learning adapting very quickly in order to avoid an unprincipled approach to dealing with these matters, an ad hoc approach, an issue by issue approach. Depending on what is before us, we formulate new sets of rules. And because of that, you find that the contestation that is outside of these institutions finds itself inside these institutions and tarnishes the good name of these institutions because of the poor or the mismanagement of this aspect, which is unavoidable, by the way. And so the trend that many of my honorable member colleagues has spoken to of the instability where governance is concerned, where boardrooms or council sittings have become pugilist matches. They've become pugilist matches. May the best boxer win. That derail the program of academic excellence of these institutions. Siloko sixoxa amacala masingene kuma portfolio committee meetings, especially where higher education, wale PSET sector, sixoxa amacala njalo nje. Reseka melato. Hualwaniwa, hu batla assessor kwana, hu batla administrator guy. Usa shebile hore administrator ikene ya fana ga report heitswa. Within a space of about 12 months, you need another intervention that requires another administrator. Having appointed a council that was supposed to carry on the work that should have been left by the administrator who would have been appointed previously. It cannot be that this sector is beset and dogged by tendencies of boardroom clashes, council meetings that look like pugilist matches. It cannot be. We must be at some point in time, we must be able to have a framework that speaks to how these institutions must be insulated from personal battles that are fought by those who are appointed to lead them. We must have that conversation. Because I believe where I'm sitting as a public representative, duly elected by the masses of this country, that those who are of a certain academic standing, we require much from them. To whom much is given, much is required. it is worrisome. You know, you expect that certain behaviors, you will get them with people who are less educated, who do not have academic merit to their titles. But we see the same behavior that you would find at the Kasi stock fair being carried out by leaders of institutions who have merit, academically qualified, carrying on as if they do not carry the responsibility of the qualifications they have earned through hard work. It is uncalled for. And so, Chair, we must be able to find a mechanism that avoids a situation where we are stumbling from one administrator to a dysfunctional council, to another administrator, to a dysfunctional council, and find that our institutions of higher learning are unable to compete globally because of those governance problems. We have to be focused on the work at hand, which is to produce academic excellence. On the presentation on the UNISA, I wanted to also put the question, Chair, and I'm not sure if you would have perhaps spoken to it. Excuse me. The question around, there was a process where the institution, I think, would have, what's the word, dismissed some certain employees recently. Perhaps that report could be brought to our attention so we know what the reasons were, what the processes that were followed were, so that we are put abreast of that development in particular. Secondly, the presentation that was made here said something very interesting in that the university has the potential of leading in the distant learning space, both domestically and internationally, but it is neither. What are the impediments that are holding back the institution from being what it should be in that space? What are the impediments that would have been noted by the ministerial task team that prevent the institution from achieving its highest potential? And also, on the question of capacity, the presentation makes the point that the institution's admissions targets are unrealistic at best, impossible at worst, because of lack of capacity to carry the envisaged numbers to be enrolled by the university. And what plans are afoot? And this is my question on the matter. What plans are afoot to correct the capacity deficit when you have the university dismissing capacity? And so the university does not have capacity. And yet the university is able to dismiss existing capacity. It doesn't make sense from where I'm sitting, but perhaps if we are given a report on what necessitated the move by the university to dismiss those who would have been dismissed while it lacks so much capacity. And I know, as a matter of fact, that the university is unable to meet its own timelines that it sets for the academic year. And that sets back the progress of many students who are enrolled with the university, receiving their results after the envisaged time, certain schedules having to be changed multiple times because of this problem of capacity. What has been the impact of the introduction of the new digital system, for lack of a better description, on any academic year since it has been introduced? What has been the rate of uptake of students of this system that has been introduced? And how many students have been negatively impacted by the introduction of a system, and perhaps without having been onboarded on the application, the use of the new system? What has been the negative impact on students with the introduction of a new online system? Has the university taken any initiative to take through each of their students through the platform to understand how to use it, to understand how to interact with it, and to assist students to be able to produce the best while interacting with such a system? What would have been the need, and this is another question, what would have been the need for the university to employ a hybrid model? And I call it a hybrid model in quotation marks, referring to one part online, one part physical classes. Obviously, the physical classes would have been made obsolete by the COVID-19 pandemic at some point. But what would have been the benefit of employing such a hybrid model for a university which is predominantly known to be an online university? Now, what is the department planning to do in intervening on the governance issues that have arisen from the report on UNISA? Let me move now to VUT. We would want to appreciate that VUT has gone through its own process of having an administrator at the helm, which administrator would have put together a report and handed it over to the department and the ministry, which was also received by the current council. We have also been worried by some of the developments at council level that seem to suggest that instability could be on its way to the institution. What is the council doing together with the department to ensure that there is no further instability in the institution where governance is concerned, especially at the level of council? A question I also have is, when councils are appointed, how are they onboarded? How are they onboarded to carry out and execute their duties? I ask this question because it seems sometimes there is a lack of understanding on the relationship between the council Senate, and the VC. Sometimes, if we are to drill down into the minutiae of these conflicts, it appears that there is no understanding on what the relationship between chairpersons of council and VCs should be. And we find that some of the times, some of these conflicts emanate from a power struggle between these two individuals. Sometimes the power struggle becomes between the chair and the deputy and the VC. What is the process of onboarding council members? Perhaps I should pose this question to the department, because the responsibility to onboard council should be taken as a serious responsibility, so that there is no ambiguity on who does what, who reports to who has what powers to do what, so that there is no ambiguity on the clarity of roles, lest we see a continuous, unending cycle, vicious cycle of councils that are unable to complete their terms. And so I would want to know, how are these councils onboarded, inducted? We also see it as members of parliament in how institutions treat us when we propose to have member oversight. We are treated with disdain, with suspicion, and sometimes with callous recklessness, as if doing oversight is something we need to do through a specific office, or through a specific individual, or through a specific mechanism which we do not know about. We are being curtailed in doing our work as MPs by institutions of higher learning, where we get consistent resistance to member oversight. And yet, the Zondo Commission has asked consistently a single question: where was Parliament when all this malfeasance was taking place? And so I want to emphasize what Honorable Letsie earlier on said. We will not be apologetic to do our work utilizing what we call the VAR method of oversight. We will not be apologetic. We will not ask for permission to do the responsibility we were elected for, in order for us to stem the tides on people who are appointed to execute fiduciary duties and fail to do so. And we are unable to, and we being unable to respond while the match is in play, and not after the match has been completed, because at the point the match is done, there's nothing you can do to correct whatever results would have been would have come out of the maladministration, the mismanagement, the malfeasance, and the abdication of fiduciary duty. And so, Chair, I want to put it very, very lucidly that we will not be apologetic in doing member oversights. This portfolio alone is responsible for close to, if not more than 100 entities. 100 entities. We must be seen taking active oversight to all of these organs of state entities, institutions of higher learnings, TVET colleges, and whatever else exists within the purview of this sector, within our purview in this sector. We must be seen touching base everywhere. It is not possible that we can organize in a space of 5 years oversight visits to all 100 plus of these entities. But with member oversight visits, we will be able to share the load and begin to go to individual entities, individual organs of state, individual institutions of higher learning. And so I want to put it here, Chair, so that it's known by all and sundry that we do not take kindly to being treated with the kind of acrimony we receive when we send out communication to do member oversight, especially in institutions of higher learning. I will want to pause there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yabo. Thank you very much to all honorable members for their comments, questions, recommendations, concerns, and just in general, all the inputs that colleagues have made this morning coming into the early afternoon. DM and DG, at this point, begin to hand over to yourselves to respond, and you will coordinate how you go about the responses. There are matters that will need, I think, greater detail that should be submitted in writing, but let us see what we can cover through this engagement. Already, I think there's consensus that in relation to UCT, we will await the report that should come from council and given to Minister, so that Minister is able to brief the portfolio committee and we can collectively pave a way forward. We do, though, DG needs timeframes on when they will give, and DM, when they will give the ministry the report, so that you yourselves can commit to us, you know. As I said, we don't want to inevitably be waiting for, or indefinitely, sorry, or infinitely waiting for the report. There has to be timeframes so that we are also able to communicate to our constituents. So that's agreed. So we'll wait for that report, and then we'll have a proper engagement once we have the full findings, and there's a way forward, then, and we can start paving a way forward through recommendations. In relation to VUT, there's a call that VUT must come, or we must go as a standalone item, but in essence, there must be a committee meeting on VUT as a standalone item. I want to add to what colleagues or honorable members would have requested be some of the matters we look into in engaging with VUT. I note that the department says that they are monitoring the situation in relation to the resignation letter of the chair, or the resigning of the former chair. And I think, colleagues, there's some serious matters that are raised in that letter that we can't just, I want to caution us from a situation where someone raises concerns, they resign, we put someone else in and we move. We need to be able to deal with the matters that were mentioned in that particular letter, and investigate whether or not there's any truth to what has been said, so that we can remedy the situation, because we don't want to see Mr. Khatebe also leaving. You know, so we need to be able to delve into those issues and into those particular allegations and find what exactly is happening there, nip that in the bud, and be able to ensure that as we move forward, you know, there aren't any underlying issues that will become the root cause of any other challenges that we may find between the chair and the VC, or management and council. There's an overarching theme DM and DG. And I'm glad that, you two colleagues were with us as a committee when we interacted or had our colloquium on institutional autonomy. Honorable King, personally, Honorable Mahlati and Honorable Yabo covered me extremely. In fact, when Honorable Mahlati was speaking about saying, preach, sister, preach, the discussions we had on our colloquium on institutional autonomy were very clear, colleagues, that these institutions are public institutions. Even if DG, we gave these institutions 1 cent, these institutions are public institutions. And I fully agree with the whip when she says, even a councillor who is not a member of parliament who sits in this committee must be able to go and say, there's a crisis here, how do we assist? We know how often the interface between communities becomes challenging sometimes when we're dealing with infrastructure development projects of our institutions. Now, if we don't have a relationship with a councillor, for example, within that area, how do you then address some of those challenges so that we don't have the stifling of those projects? So if you want to, I really would love for the sector to truly take into cognizance cooperative governance when we speak about institutional autonomy, because there's so much more we can do if we really bring to light this discussion around cooperative governance. If we really implement cooperative governance, there's so much more that we can achieve as a sector. But we are steadfast in holding the very ends of what and extremes of what institutional autonomy speaks to. And completely and selectively want to use institutional autonomy and cooperative governance. Hey, okay, namhlanje chair of the committee siyafuna wazokhuluma la at this institution. Asukufuni, hey, you why are you here? Hi, colleagues, that's abusive. That's very abusive. So really let us DG, DM, those conversations we were having during the colloquium on, the fine balance between, when Honorable Itzia was speaking about the VAR approach, I immediately thought about, the colloquium and how we discussed the interface DM between interference and intervention. At what point are we interfering? Yourselves as the department, as the ministry, and then ourselves as the committee. So at what point are we interfering? At what point are we intervening? Because cooperative governance should allow us to say, colleagues, Tina, when we're looking at this thing from how far we're looking at it, we think it's going to be a crisis. And there's no ways we're going to fold our arms and say, no, council. When council is clearly not bringing us into any confidence on whether or not they are able to manage some of the contradictions that we are seeing in these campuses. So we can't fold our arms in the name of institutional autonomy. Cooperative governance needs to then come to play. And we say, they'll want to argue that and say, no, don't even give us significant budget, what. So can't tell us, we have one, second, third, fourth streams of income. It can't be a factor. Colleagues, please, I want to sincerely apologize. I think they are mowing the lawn here at Acacia Park. If I can just close the windows so that it doesn't interfere with my input. Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope that's a bit better. So DM and DG, as Honorable Itzia speaks about the VAR approach, Honorable King makes her inputs around allowing council to do its part, allowing management to do its part. As Honorable Mahlati speaks about institutions of higher learning being public institutions, and I when I think of them being public institutions, I'm really inspired by the approach that Soplaki University took on how we saw the repurposing of community facilities as being part of the university, but the university then saying to the community, but you can still use these facilities, right? So that whole chain, value chain that we saw take place there was really inspiring, and was saying, no, so they can be a great interface between the public and our institutions, and our institutions are not ivory towers within our societies. So that conversation is coming up again. At what point are we interfering? At what point are we intervening? Great sentiments, DM and DG, around recycling of incompetent people and moving them from here to there and there. Stressing on timeframes has been consistent across the board. When we speak about consequence management, which I think Honorable Mananiso and Honorable Matlatsi spoke to, there were allegations at UNISA in relation to renovations and furnishings of the VC's residence. And our understanding is that, sorry, I'm just trying to find that part in my notes, that our understanding is that the VC requested an investigation report on whoever it was who was tasked with the responsibility of doing the renovations, of furnishing and preparing the space for the VC's occupation of the space. And our understanding that report has not come forth, because we can't have, it reminds me of the NSF. It reminds me of the NSF where someone is doing something and something has happened, but no one can account on behalf of someone else. And that's the problem. And that's what we're trying to get our leadership of SETAs to understand. Council chairs and CEOs, that you can't come to us and say, no, we gave the service provider and the service provider said they're going to do whatever, and now they have not done what they were supposed to do, and now we can't find them. No, colleagues. We have to be sure of the law who was tasked with the responsibility also needs to be held to account. It can't be that the only person who is being asked to account on this matter is the VC, but those who are tasked with the responsibility of executing the task and gave these exorbitant quotes and almost led us into a situation where there was wasteful expenditure are not held to account. So we'd like to understand whether or not that report did come forth as requested by the Vice Chancellor. I want to also understand, DM and DG, what the interface becomes between, for example, a situation like at UNISA, where we have an entity report that came out with findings and recommendations. And then you also have then the independent assessor coming in. So what then becomes the interface between some of the recommendations that would come from the MTT report and the work of the independent assessor? Because perhaps there may be those recommendations coming out of the MTT report that don't necessarily need the process of the independent assessor to conclude before they are implemented. So maybe speaking to some staffing issues, maybe speaking to issues relating to workers, maybe speaking to those two might be a bit more contentious. And I see they've also been covered in the mandate of the independent or remit or terms of reference of the work of the independent assessor, but maybe issues like ICT, infrastructure and the capacitation thereof, the teacher program of the university. So what becomes the interface between the work of the independent assessor and recommendations that would have come from the MTT report? And I think that same question also applies with MUT. So there would be recommendations that came from the various IA reports, and then there's work that the administrator is doing. So at what point can the recommendations coming from the IA reports be rolled out? And can they be rolled out while you have the administrator in place? I mean, for example, we speak of the administrator addressing the range of problems and challenges that have been identified in all assessor reports. So we say problems and challenges. Does that include recommendations? So would the administrator also be looking into the recommendations that have come out of all assessor reports? Or is it only the problems and challenges? So I don't know if I'm making sense. I hope I'm making sense. And if you can just assist with clarity on that regard. I've mentioned the issue around looking into the allegations from the resignation letter of the former chair of council at VUT. Yeah, I think I can leave it at that for now. Yeah, but the conversation around institutional autonomy and cooperative governance is really coming to the fold, and because I don't even want to add academic freedom, because we're not speaking about that. We're speaking about the functioning of these universities in the main. We're not many of us are speaking about the academic program. And I think we all agree, in essence, that academic freedom is something that must not be hampered on. I just want to make sure that I've covered everything that I would have wanted to cover from my side. So I'm just checking my notes on my laptop. But that's by and large the comments and questions from members, and I think there is an overarching theme that has it's broad. Other members are looking at it from this perspective, others are looking at it from another perspective. Yeah, that's it. I think all my questions are covered. I mean, issues, for example, around the campuses of Secunda, Uppington, and Ekurhuleni, and what we've done with those, given the recommendations that had come from the committee. Those are some of the matters we would want to discuss when we meet with VUT, which I think is something that the committee collectively agrees on. Let me hand over to yourself, dear Manamela, and you will then lead the delegation into the responses.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and also to the members for the comments and questions, and also views and opinions that have been expressed. And I must emphasize that we do take these quite seriously. I think it's going to be a bit unfortunate on our part, because I've personally taken laborious notes about the points that the honorable members have been raising since about 10 o'clock. And we only have just 30 minutes to respond to all of those questions. And I think let's maybe, I think, agree that questions that relates to the Vaal University of Technology can then be canvassed at a future meeting, as suggested by honorable members. And what I want to request, Chairperson, is that the portfolio committee should, I think, detail the kind of information that we should furnish to the portfolio committee when that meeting takes place, so that we, come prepared in terms of the VUT report, because the scope of our presentation was specifically on the points that the letter that was inviting the ministry and the department, to this meeting. So we tried to specifically focus on those areas. And I think there was a whole range of other issues which were raised, which would require us to, get further reports in terms of what is happening at VUT. I must indicate that it's quite unfortunate how the honorable members were treated, Honorable Maneniso and Honorable Litsie at the Vaal University of Technology. Members of Parliament have a responsibility as public representatives to conduct oversight at these institutions. And I think that, we, and maybe also urge members to, involve our university branch in terms of these issues that relates to oversight at institutions, not to police, but also to make sure that, work of oversight does take place appropriately, and that, proper arrangements are made so that we can avoid some of the, incidents that had happened. We really do. I think we obviously have to get, a report from the council and also from the management of that institution in terms of this particular incident. But if what honourable members are indicating is what actually happened, I think we really take exception. But we will, have to look into that and the report from the university. And I think the same applies to issues around, infrastructure, issues around, the different campuses, issues around stability in terms of governance, which I can assure honourable members that, we are indeed monitoring the process there at VUT, issues that we believe could be out of tune in terms of the governance of that institution. We will, of course, engage with those. And I think, as we said in the presentation, that, we have received the report from the administrator. We've also received a report from the university itself, indicating that they are taking on board and I've learned a new word today, onboarded, but they're taken on board, in terms of ensuring that they also incorporate in their plans the recommendations from the administrator. But I think we'll canvass some of those issues further when the portfolio committee sets time, dates, and also the framework within which they want us to report. The second issue is as it relates to UCT, and I think to appreciate the comments made by members, differing opinions obviously expressed, and also that, we allow the university to present the report to the minister in terms of progress on how they are attending to the situation at the University of Cape Town. It would be important to indicate that at this point, I mean, the ministry cannot say that we're going to be doing this or we're going to be doing that, or even formulate a perception on what is happening at the University of Cape Town on the basis of media reports. The only basis within which we can formulate a perception and chart a course of action as it relates to what needs to happen is if we are in receipt of the report. And I think both the minister and the university appreciates the agency within which the minister should be briefed. And I think as soon as that is done, we will then have a conversation with the committee. I cannot commit, nor can the DG, in terms of timeframes. This is a discussion that has been taking place between the minister and the council. And I think that, as soon as that has been sorted out, the minister will communicate because he's the one who's dealing with it on behalf of the ministry and department. So we cannot say that this is when the university will give us a report. The last communication was that we should be getting the report by last week, and I'm sure follow-ups are being made through the ministry so that this matter is settled. With regard to Mangosuthu University Chair, the administrator we indicated has been there just under a month. That's Professor Lawrence van Staden. And I think the kind of questions that have been asked would require him to furnish you with more information. I mean, to go look for more information to present to the report. I mean, to present to the committee. So I beg your indulgence, Chair, that we allow Professor van Staden to respond to those specific questions in writing to the committee within the next 7 days as proposed. And I hope that we'll be able to live up to those. Where we are unable to finish the report within the 7 days, I think we'll give reasons as to why that cannot be done. But I think it's also important to appreciate the fact that with the work of the administrator, if there would be any consequence management, either in relation to council members or anybody in the executive, those would be taken through. That people will face consequences for their actions. If there are allegations of financial maladministration and all of that, I think anyone who is finding themselves guilty or any of the sort, we will definitely take action. There is no way that we are going to let people scot-free solely because they are no longer at council. The reason why the council was dissolved was not for punitive or punishing the members of council. It was to save the institution, and so the work of the administrator will have to look into some of those issues as it relates to governance. And if there are any consequences to be faced, then we will make sure that happens. The administrator is required to periodically report to the minister, and I think on the basis of that, a determination will be made on what further action should be taken. As it relates to UNISA, I think we note some of the comments that have been made, and I think just to emphasize that the details are in the letter appointing the independent assessor. We have furnished the committee with that information in terms of what the terms of reference are. And some of those issues includes the concerns that the members have raised. But of particular importance, the ministerial task team review is not necessarily married to, but cannot be delinked from the role of the independent assessor. The review task team was specifically for issues of looking at what the challenges at UNISA were and how best we can better ensure that the institution operates on the one hand. And on the other hand, the independent assessor's role arose as a result of the instability that was and the disruption to learning and teaching that we've recently witnessed. And of course, a whole range of other issues that includes the allegations against the Vice Chancellor, the alleged unfair dismissals of staff, and so on and so forth. There were specific questions that members asked, which relates to specific courses and programs that are being offered, which relates to induction of members and of students, and also the model within which learning and teaching is provided for at UNISA. If I can request that we allow UNISA to provide for that information within the next 7 days in terms of those specific questions. But as it relates to the independent assessor, if we could again beg the indulgence of the portfolio committee that we allow the independent assessor to do his work based on the terms of reference. And as soon as that work has been wrapped up, the report given to the minister, and that report is then furnished to the committee, as is the case when the committee requests. I fully appreciate the concerns of members around how the challenges at these different institutions may, and in some instances, have actually affected learning and teaching in those institutions. With regards to all these institutions that we're talking about, despite some of the incidents that are being referred to, we're quite confident that there is learning and teaching that is taking place. Yes, there were disruptions in some, and a need for instant stabilization. And the minister's actions have led in all of these institutions to a degree of stabilization, confidence among stakeholders in these institutions that action is being taken. In the case of UNISA, the appointment of the independent assessor. In the case of MUT, I think we all are in consensus and in concert to the fact that there was an urgent necessity for the appointment of an administrator. And I think with VUT we'll have a discussion just to further understand what some of the frustrations that honorable members have witnessed during oversight. And of course, we are engaging with UCT, and we should get that report. I must emphasize, Chairperson and honorable members, that we are guided by the Higher Education Act. Our actions arise from that act, and that's the law. If the law says that universities are, governed in this particular way, the minister, as a public representative, is obliged to follow that law to the latter in terms of how he or she interacts with these institutions. If we were to ignore the law on the basis of what we feel at any particular point, particularly as members of parliament, as public representatives, I think that we will collapse the foundations within which we have built this society. And I think the obligation lies with us as public representatives to ensure that if we believe that the law as is now is not conducive to responding to the conditions that prevail on the ground, I think that we should take leadership and change the law. But as is the case now, and I think none of the members have pointed out to scenarios wherein the minister or the department have flawed the law in their interventions. But secondly, I think it's important that we, in as much as appreciate the extent of the challenges faced by these four institutions. There's an honorable member who asked how many institutions are under administration and or with independent assessors. It's Mangosuthu University of Technology, which is under administration, CUT, Central University of Technology, which is where there's an independent assessor, and University of South Africa, where there's an independent assessor. And of course, there were some concerns raised as it relates to VUT. So of the 26 public universities, these are the three institutions where there's an IA or an administrator. And I think we need to be careful that we do not pluralize the extent of the challenges when essentially, in general, the public universities and the post-school education and training sector have been experiencing probably the most stabilized period over time. We have seen or have been through instances where almost all the public universities were up in arms for this issue or the other. And I think that we really need to be careful that in as much as we specifically focus and zoom in these institutions and require accountability and oversight on those who are given leadership of this institution, that we also are careful not to burn down Rome, but, if only a few of its chambers are in crisis. So I really want to back the indulgence of members in that regard. But the third point is, it's quite exciting to look into what happens in other areas of society and, hope that we can use those systems to, intervene in universities. For instance, I think 2 or 3 members have referred to the VAR system that applies at soccer, where referees who are on the field are assisted by referees who are off the field in terms of reviewing some of their decisions. Now, the role of the Department of Higher Education and Training and that of the ministry is not to co-referee the post-school education and training sector. We have an even much bigger responsibility. If we're to do that with 26 public universities, 52 technical vocational education and training institutions, then it really means that we'll have to stretch both the department and the ministry to co-govern these institutions, instantly review some of their decisions, be involved in the day-to-day running of these institutions. By extension, the minister appoints council members to a minimum in these councils. And that is the first footing within which the minister has in these institutions. And some of these council members have been very proactive in inundating the minister with some of the concerns that they may have in any of these institutions. But I think we need to imagine how chaotic the system would be, but even slower, how the system would be, just as it has slowed down the football game, that every institution would have to have their decision live reviewed by the ministry. And also beg of the ministry to break the law and essentially become co-referees. I fully agree with the sentiments expressed at the Institutional Autonomy Summit that Parliament convened. And we've agreed that, the sentiments expressed therein, if they need to be expressed in law or in policy, then let's take all of those things further. But I think it's also important that it should not be on the basis of what we deem as a crisis in a few chambers that we need to bring the house down. Yes, let us be critical of some of the challenges faced in some of the institutions. And yes, let us be skeptical of some of the intentions of managers in these institutions. But they have been appointed by councils. Councils are confident of their abilities. And in instances where there are challenges, council raise those challenges. And if there's a need and acting within the law and its prescripts, the minister can request a report, or the minister can be guided in terms of the law, in terms of how to intervene in these institutions. I applaud the energy that the members of parliament has in ensuring that we instantly look into what happens in our universities and command oversight. Important as that is, I think it is also important that we understand that we also have that responsibility equally as public representatives, given the responsibility as executive authorities in the post-school education and training sector to do things within the prescript of the law. If the minister would be marching in each and every university on the basis of newspaper reports that he reads or radio news that he hears, we're going to have absolute crisis. And I think it's important that we appreciate that. That being said, I think that we hold an obligation and are going to carry out that obligation and responsibility of ensuring that the entirety of the system, including UNISA, and that's why there's been action, including MUT, including UCT if there's a need, that action will and has to definitely be taken if there's a need. But I think it's important that we understand that there are certain confines within which all of these things can and should be done. That's my brief ramblings, Chairperson. I'd like to check with the DG if there's any also specific issues that he may want to to respond to. Also, given the time that we have.
Can I just assist us with this time issue? Can we please allow for us as a committee to dictate the time? Yes, we've set a time aside, but I don't want us to limit engagements on the basis of time. So please, DG, feel free to say what you need to say and don't be constrained by time. The House will start at 3 o'clock. And thanks, DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've really followed very carefully the response by the Deputy Minister. It is covered institution by institution, issue by issue, made reference to policies and also provided an interpretation of our policies in the most comprehensive the manner that I could have done in a few minutes that he has done so. I believe that the DM has provided the most comprehensive response and also guided how best we could then follow through on the outstanding matters that are still under investigation by the independent assessor and the administrator, respectively. And I suggest that this be considered the official submission by the department. And my responsibility would be to make sure that the timeframes within which we would be guided, in addition to the guidance already received, is adhered to. Chair, you have yourselves also made some remarks right at the beginning, at the your opening remarks, and you actually contextualize the work that we are doing in terms of the history and warned that history will judge us if we did not intervene in the manner that turned the institutions around, so that we leave the legacy to South Africans and next generations that we hope for. I thought, Chair, those were appropriate, remarks that have contextualized the conversations. You have emphasized that timeframes for fulfilling vacancies for vice chancellors and councils should be observed to close the gap that exists in the terms of reference that we have provided. And I thought that right there kind of sealed it to say in areas of weakness, this is what needs to be done. And that would be done, Chair. As we engage with the issues, we will be conscious of this. The administrator has taken note of this issue of time frames, so that it is clear that how accountability is going to then be rolled out. I think, Chair, each and every member of the portfolio committee, from the inputs made by Honorable Letsi, which covered each and every area, of which I believe, including matters around NSFAS and what is owed to the MUT, for example, and what is owed to to VUT. These must be taken into account in the report, so that we have a comprehensive response that points to the areas that needs to be looked into. Honorable Mananiso, made an emphasis on the importance of handover reports and how this is done, and also that the institutional memory and decisions taken by independent assessors and assessors to administrators, to new councils, to new vice chancellors and senates of our institutions does not leave an opportunity for gaps to take place. We are well guided by this, and I think the DM has also made reference, to this. Honorable King made a huge input around Sibusiso Bengu intervention, to say that institutions that are from the historically disadvantaged backgrounds have a dedicated intervention of the minister. And her recommendation is that further to investigations, there must also be interventions that seek to support the new path that has been taken by the direction that is given and the clarity that emerges. Honorable Sibia welcomed the work of the department to follow the letter and spirit of the law in respect of how we have managed the issues at MUT, and later on the DM did indicate that what we have done was not in pursuit of councils themselves, but it is about rebuilding the asset of this nation, which is the university, and leaving a legacy that is lasting, and appreciated the work that has been done. Honorable Yabo, in his condition, and we wish him a speedy recovery, did take time, taking us through the issues, and in his input we have also understood matters in depth. He makes an observation that some institutions that are involved are women-led, and that it is important that we dig into these issues without fear or favor, but at the same time be conscious of the transformation agenda that is in place, so that it is not derailed by forces that might actually have motive forces that seek to derail the path of transformation that we have taken, and advised that the online system and the lessons learned from COVID-19 as part of the hybrid system presents opportunities to this particular university, South Africa. And it's important for UNISA to engage on this more thoroughly, so that we increase participation in this university and advance the academic programs of the university. And as he has done so, Honorable Yabo also warned us that there could be forces that are bent on derailing transformation in our institution, and they must be looked at carefully. And I think the Deputy Minister has responded to this by indicating that we will engage with the reports of the administrator and the independent assessor carefully and with an understanding that at the end of the day, it is the good of higher learning and the post-school education and training system that we are serving. I take this opportunity to thank Honorable Mahlatsi for the detail of insight as well that he shared with us, particularly warning us that whilst all of this is happening, the human capacity of institution must be looked into. When you suspend councils, you are suspending capacity. When you appoint a new council, it's new capacity and the experience and the expertise that you are bringing must be looked into in terms of ensuring that at all material times there is consideration of the protection of the academic program and the transformation agenda of our institution as led by the department. She has also advised us that issues around policy planning and looking at the alternatives, that are available to us by law, that is that of ensuring that there is either the assessor or administrator or just the directives of the minister must be looked into. And may I recognize this and indicate that the minister, the deputy minister and our minister are also engaging the entire ministry on a review of the legislative regime that drives the programs of the ministry, so that where there are gaps, we consider how we respond to this. The chair of the portfolio committee, in her conclusion, reminds us of the conversations we've had around the institutional autonomy legislation around it, conversations that we've had, around the workshop that dealt with the program for the portfolio committee, at which these issues around the legislative, framework in the system and the adequacy of, the mechanisms that are available for us to drive the institutions should be at some point be tested whether they are adequate to respond to the challenges that we are confronted with. The Honorable King came back with an issue of the importance of the analysis of the policy instruments, of the administrator, and the chair, concluded by, also juxtaposing the importance of, carefully engaging the recommendations of independent assessors and those of administrators, such that these recommendations do not, fall or get ignored when a new, administrator is appointed. And I thought the DM provided a comprehensive response to this, indicating that there is a seamless system that is in place to deal with these issues, and that we will be alert going forward, to ensure that these are dealt with. I think it's slide 4 that has provided in our presentation clear differences between the role of the independent assessor and the role of the administrator. And I think we have in detail gone through this, so that we clarify that in the decisions of the minister regarding the instruments of policy that we have opted to use, we have stayed within the spirit and the letter of the law, and I think the deputy minister make this emphasis that we have to be guided by the law at all times, and if the law is proven inadequate at any given point, it's within our hands to come up with alternatives. But the department must be expected to be guided only by the legal framework at our disposal. I think, Chairperson, I am satisfied at this point in time that we have engaged in detail with the issues on the table. But I think we've done more than that to also show intolerance for poor governance in our institutions. I think at some point there was reference by the chair to the fact that we must also be intolerant to the manner in which some of the protests are conducted, where there's damage to property. In this regard, guiding even our stakeholders that are participating in this program, in that in exercising their rights, they must also consider that the assets that we build through the resources of the public must be looked after and must be left intact so that posterity, continue to utilize these assets and found them, to be as best as we have received them. Chair, on that note, I wish to take the opportunity to thank the DM, particularly to thank yourself and honorable members for the opportunity, and assure you that we will respond to the specific questions in writing. In this regard, I think we will have to liaise with the Secretariat so that we capture them specifically and make sure that these are dealt with by the administrators and the independent assessors as requested.
Thank you very much, DG Sishi, as well as to DM Manamela and to the entire team at the Department of Higher Education and Training. Honorable Mapulane used to joke and say it's not nice when people come all the way to Cape Town and don't even say hello. So at this point, I'd like to afford the leadership of the various institutions that are here, I believe VCs and chairs that are present, just to greet as we acknowledge their presence in the meeting. And so just 30 seconds to a minute each, colleagues. You'll decide if it's the chair of council or if it's the VC. We're not in Cape Town like we used to be. We are on the virtual platform, but shame, you have sat through this meeting from 9 o'clock until now, and it really would not be fair for us not to allow yourselves just an opportunity for us to hear your voices, and for the masses of South Africans who do watch these portfolio committee meetings on Facebook and YouTube and Twitter, I think, not to see who has joined us this morning and afternoon, and we will be awaiting. I mean, Look, personally, I think, honorable members, there's definitely a need for us to have separate engagements with all these institutions. I had hoped that we would have gotten more from this engagement, but I think maybe given time constraints, we've not necessarily been able to unpack on certain issues in the manner in which we would have wanted to. So there'll definitely be a need for us not to only engage with VUT or UCT, like I think we've all agreed that once we've allowed, because we respect the law as the portfolio committee, we have afforded the minister the space as per the law to conclude the work that he's doing at UCT and brief the committee when he has concluded with that work. In appreciating the law. So I would like to then perhaps request that the leadership of VUT just indicates their presence. And any remarks from yourselves, Chair of Council and VC?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. That message of my camera, even though my light may not be good, it's just for you to see me. My name is Mandla Khadev, I'm the Chair of Council of VUT. Good to be here and looking forward to welcoming the committee to VUT for further engagement. I'm with the Vice Chancellor, Professor Khwadi is also here. Thank you very much, Chair.
Welcome, Chair of Council, and we wish you all the best with the rest of your tenure.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. Welcome. Let me greet honorable members. And Honorable Lizier specifically is the one who really checks on us. And I must thank him for always his timely interventions. And as well as the department, I can say, Deputy Minister, we really appreciate the intervention from the department and the DG station. Thanks a lot, colleagues.
Thank you very much, VC of VUT. I'm glad, Honorable, when you don't see Honorable Lizier's presence as an irritation, in terms of the work that you are trying to do there. Honorable Lizier, we saw Chair Khatebe. The lighting was not so good, and he did indicate, but we did see him. He's my complexion and your complexion, so that might also be part of the challenges given the lighting issues that he has. But thank you so much, colleagues, for joining us this morning, and we look forward to the engagements that we have. And Chair, really, as you step into this role, I think you've heard the concerns that members have, and we really hope that you'll be able to steer the council in the right direction in order for us to overcome some of the, we don't like seeming like we have a particular issue with a particular institution where we're always interacting with them. We are a parent that at some point would want, their little bird to fly, and let you soar like an eagle. So we really hope, Chair of Council, that we will be able to bring stability in the governance and management of the institution so that it is able to fulfill its core mandate. Let me then ask for the leadership of UNISA to make their remarks.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of Parliament. Afternoon to the Deputy Minister and the DG and their team, and all the other leadership of other universities. My name is James Mabua. I'm the Chairperson of the UNISA Council, and I'm with our Vice Chancellor, Prof. Buleng Lenkabula. Chair, we appreciate the invite to come here and the inputs that we got from the honorable members, and we will process those. The specific questions that were asked, as the Deputy Minister did indicate, we will respond to those in writing. But I think if there's one thing that I should mention briefly is that as the UNISA Council, we did indicate this to the Minister, and I think it's important to say that we support the work of the assessor. and we will give him all the support that he needs. He's open to communicate with me if there's any interruption. I think this question was asked earlier: do we support the work of the assessor? And the answer is yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Council. VC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Vice Chancellors present, and everyone in this session. We truly appreciate the opportunity to have listened to the inquiry around the work of the university, the progress therein made, as well as the edification that the Portfolio Committee would like to have from the university. The Chair of Council has already stated, as the university, we are supportive because we understand our university to being an asset of the country and the continent in the support of the vision of the NDP and Agenda 2063, and therefore we will follow through with the report as requested. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VC, my former Dean of Students. When I was SRC President at WITS, she claims that I was a naughty child, DG, but I think I was a good little girl there at WITS. Thank you very much, VC of UNISA, Prof. Lenkabula, as well as the Chair, Mr. Mabua. At this point,
we agree with her. Just for the record, we agree with her.
That I was a naughty little person.
Absolutely agree.
I bought DG, even you. Thank you very much, colleagues. If I then at this point would hand over to the leadership of MUT, Prof. Van Staden, I saw you on the platform.
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson and other honorable members of PC, Honorable DM, Deputy Minister, DG, other members of DHET, my sincere word of appreciation for all the support. I'm used to the support of the Parliament Portfolio Committee, and I can also explicitly state that all the support that I'm currently receiving from the DG, from DHET and all the officials there, and definitely also the current support that one is experiencing from all the stakeholders of MUT. From my side, I took note of some of the questions that I need to respond to in writing. I will give my urgent attention to that. So, siyabonga.
Bonga Tina, Prof. Van Staden, and we wish you all the best with the work that you have there. You heard us speaking about our concerns, around it, and DM has very harshly given us the responsibility of changing the law if we have a problem with it, in terms of maybe seeing this vision of honorability on the VAR approach of doing things, but of course also taking note of, for example, what Honorable King raised on, so that balance, I keep saying it, the balance between interference and intervention, between institutional autonomy and cooperative governance, that fine balance. But we look forward to the outcomes of your work there, Prof. Van Staden.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
I then would like to hand over to the leadership of, I think our last institution is UCT. Chair of Council?
Yes, I'm coming, Mr. Chair. Can you see me? I think I can see. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
All right. No, thank you, man. Let me thank everyone in the room really for giving us this opportunity we really appreciate the time and the effort that the Parliament Committee is putting on our matters and issues. It's unfortunate, I must say, that we're finding ourselves where we are today, but we are resolute in terms of making sure that we do resolve this matter, colleagues. We are quite clear in our mind that UCT is very important. It's important to our country, to our continent, and I just want to assure you that we're still focusing on our Vision 2030. We are very clear in our mind that we are building a university for Africa, which is going to provide a solution to the global societies which are coming from our own continent. So you're not going to find a situation in our case when you come to visit us, we push you back. Definitely not. We really appreciate the role that this parliament is playing. And we are working hard in providing the minister with the letter that he has requested, or the report that he has requested. And we will be doing so very, very soon, colleagues. Thank you, man. Thank you very, very much again.
Thank you very much, Chair of Council. VC.
Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Dumelang Bagaetsho Sanibonani, sibonga kakhulu for the time that you've given us today. It's been very enlightening being in this meeting and hearing the engagements. Thank you. We are hard at work. Students are finishing exams this week. The academic project has continued as normal, and we are committed to ensuring that UCT continues to attain sustainable success. We look forward to engaging with you in our next meeting. Thank you so much for inviting us.
Thank you very much to all colleagues. Thank you very much, VC Mamogeti Pakeng. Thank you very much to all the VCs, chairs of council, the administrator, Prof. Van Staden. Thank you very much, DG. Thank you, DM, for the presentations you have made. I think coming out of our meeting for us, what really stands out is that there is a need for us to have further engagements with these various institutions. And of course, it will manifest itself in different ways with different institutions. For example, we will not be interacting with UCT up until we're able to get that report from minister. So we don't want to cloud that particular process. So I mean, we'll probably interact with UCT again next year sometime, because colleagues would be aware that the committee program or parliament will rise in about 3 weeks, I think, 2 weeks. So we would have to probably interact again next year. We also really hope that as the department prepares for their presentation on the state of readiness of the sector, DG, for 2023 and DM, that, we are able to ensure that in instances where there is instability in terms of governance and management, we are able to bring each other into confidence on the academic program. So how we've concluded, or how we are concluding the 2022 academic year, and how we're moving into the 2023 academic year. And that despite all of what is happening in terms of governance and management, we have our finger on the pulse in relation to next year, and in relation to generally the academic program. So, and I think there will be greater interest in relation to these particular institutions that we've been engaging on, given the fact that we are concerned about their state of governance and management. So it would be important that, really these colleagues liaise with yourselves as you prepare for next week, Wednesday's meeting, which will be a physical meeting in Parliament. And so, and VCs, you're more than welcome to join the meeting as observers. In fact, Anele, I think we must invite all VCs and, just to be in the meeting, because I think people often, portfolio committee meetings are public meetings. So I think when the department comes and presents on your behalf as a sector, you would want to sort of peep in to see, okay, what are they saying? What are they discussing? What are members raising as concerns, right? So come through. We will not give you the same platform we've given you today to, at least greet the house. But the meeting will be taking place hybridly. So we will try and accommodate people to join the meeting and just follow the proceedings. Colleagues, having one institution under administration is one institution too many. Having one institution going through a forensic investigation is one institution too many. Having one institution having an independent assessor is one institution too many. So we are not going to create a thinking that says things are not that bad. No, we just don't want bad. We don't want that bad. We don't want bad. We want good. We want functional. We want to be focusing on the academic program. We want to move away from the situation we find ourselves in with the CETAs, where every time we meet, we speak about management and governance issues and financial issues. We want to get to a point where we speak about the curriculum, when we speak about outcome, where we speak about the core mandate and core business of institutions of higher learning and the PSET system in general. Almost getting to a point like where we find ourselves with the DSI, where we really are trying to speak about the impact of the sector, the impact of science, technology, and innovation on the daily lived realities of citizens. That's where we want to get to in our discourse in higher education, the impact of the qualifications we are offering in terms of addressing poverty, inequality, and unemployment in our country. That's where we want to be, colleagues. So when we have one institution that doesn't find itself ideally where it should be, it is a problem. And we cannot be apologetic about it. Colleagues, there's definitely a need for us to get to the bottom of, and DG puts it so well. I think he says, we are constantly faced with this concern around the adequacy of our policies, of our laws, of our frameworks to assist us in addressing the challenges that we keep on identifying, right? And I asked the question during the colloquium to say, is this an issue of changing the law, amending the acts, or is this an issue of interpretation of the act by different stakeholders, right? And we've not answered those questions. And I myself alone as Nompendula, I don't think I can answer that question. It needs a collective to answer that question. Are we interpreting the acts differently? To what extent can the act accommodate some of the concerns that members of parliament raised today, right? So that is the nature of how I would like for us to, or the tonality I would like for us to use, colleagues, where we try and reach common ground, where we try and reach common understanding, right? So that we because I don't think that we are necessarily averse to, one another in terms of what we're trying to achieve. Somewhere, we all want the same thing, but how we want it, sometimes the views differ. And the only way we can overcome that is through continuous engagement. Of course, really respecting the laws that we have in place, not interfering, but also not hindering the oversight work of members of parliament. I hear DM saying, that, we should give perhaps the department heads up sometimes when we go. But I don't think that the individual member oversight or oversight of parliament should be restrained to having administrative support of the department. I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. There's an oversight and accountability model of parliament where in section 4.2.6, it speaks about individual member oversight. I want us to share, Anele, this accountability model with the department, with the ministry, as well as the department led by DG. So that there's I don't know, DG, what you'll do with it, if you'll disseminate this document to, really we don't have a problem with the TVET program, I must be honest. I don't think we have a problem with the CETs either. I think where the problem really lies is in CETAs and in our university program. So that colleagues understand, what this individual member oversight is, because I think it is only through engagement that we can sort of find one another so that we are all able to do our work. We have a responsibility. When someone asks Nompendulo, UCT, Nompendulo can say, Nompendulo has to give an answer, right? And so it is only through continuous engagement that we're able to do this. So there's colleagues. A lot has been said around consequence management. I mean, Honorable Mahlatsi, Honorable Yabo, Honorable, I think Letsie, everyone, Mananiso spoke at length about these institutions being public institutions. And I wouldn't have said it any better than Honorable Mahlatsi said it, that an ordinary member of society must be able to hold the university to account because it exists within their community and it is a public institution. So that is, I think for me, the point at which really the concern lies, and for us wanting to be brought into confidence that these institutions, something is being done about putting these institutions in a state of stability. Colleagues, we will await the detailed responses that most VCs and chairs have acknowledged in terms of where they ought to respond. We need a commitment to be made to the minister as to when that report is going to be given to him. The minister asked for the report from UCT. I'm speaking about the report from UCT. He requested it on the 11th of October, 2022. It is today, the 16th of November, 2022. So it's over a month. I really want to implore on council to make between council and ministry, you need to have a conversation and agree on a deadline. It can't be indefinite. You need to have a conversation amongst yourselves, colleagues, and agree on a deadline. And that deadline must be communicated to the portfolio committee by the end of this week to say, this is what we believe the timeframe to be. So by the end of this week, we would like that deadline to be communicated to us, that you agree to amongst yourselves as Council of UCT and as the ministry. And once that deadline has been formulated amongst yourselves, you will then communicate to us as the portfolio committee. But what we're not going to allow is for an infinite, awaiting as soon as they can. I don't think we work on like that on anything, or any of the work that we do. So I don't think we can make it a norm even now. DM, you even said that, you expect that our vice chancellors and chairs respond to us within 7 days. It's not written anywhere, but there's some agreement of some sort that 7 days is the time frame we give for people to respond. We will, of course, as a resolution of this meeting, also, colleagues, ensure that we have our different follow-up meetings with the different institutions so that we are able to be more in depth in terms of some of the conversations that we have. We wish the department well in playing its immediate oversight role on these institutions and assisting them with the various tasks that they have towards stabilizing them. Those who have been given responsibilities, independent assessors, administrators, council, to see the follow through of recommendations, to do investigations, to come about with findings. We wish you well, colleagues, and we commit ourselves as a portfolio committee to monitoring the work that you're doing. I think that then brings us to the end of this particular meeting. And we really want to thank all of you for being part of it. At this point, I'd like to then move to the adoption of minutes, honorable members. Colleagues, you can excuse yourselves. The meeting becomes boring after this because we're just adopting minutes. Thank you so much for your time.
Chair. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, I think she has left now. I was wanted to say, nice office view from the chair of UCT, but she's left now.
That was like a background, dude.
Yeah, but it's an office view of the name of the company.
All right, let's see. Okay, I think it's myself, Honorable Yabo, Sibia, Litsie, Mananiso. Can we check? I saw Honorable Mahlati was on the platform just now. I don't know where she went. Anela, can you help me check if we have, okay, I see Honorable Mahlati is here. I think I want to believe that we then do meet quorum. Can you confirm that for me, Anela?
No, we do. Vaynat is here. We do.
Even Honorable Boshoff, I see him down there.
Yeah, Dr. Vaynat.
Yeah, I'll never miss you. I'm just in an area where there's a lot of noise, but I'll never leave you.
Thank you for not leaving me, Honorable Boshoff. Okay, honorable members, we're going to do the minutes, or we're going to adopt the minutes from September and October. So we have 2 sets of minutes in September, I believe. It was on the 28th of September and the 30th of September. On the 28th of September, we interacted with the Construction, Education and Training Authority. It's a 5-page, what you call it? What do you call this? Sorry. It's a 5-page report, minutes. It's a 5-page set of minutes. I have made some amendments that I've submitted to the Secretariat, really by and large grammatical issues, but I didn't find any problem with the true content of it. And then we had minutes on the 30th of September, where we received a briefing from the Department of Science and Innovation on the higher education, science, technology and innovation institutional landscape. And also we considered the draft report on SMU, or our inquiry on SMU. That is a 5-page set of minutes. And again, my additions were really grammatical. And I think on bullet point, I don't know, but under inquiry synopsis, page 4, I just added that positive lessons could be drawn from the inquiry process, especially for strengthening university policies and statutes around gender-related matters, including sexual harassment and gender-based violence. So I just added the issue around gender-related matters. I think we were trying to be quite overarchingly inclusive in terms of the matters that we were concerned about and how they should be shaping the sector. But otherwise, the rest of those minutes were fine. Can I please note any honorable members who would seek to make any amendments to the minutes? If there aren't any amendments, then we will go straight to the adoption of the minutes and we'll second the minutes. Can I note hands? Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me welcome as well your proactiveness in terms of indicating to our support staff your issues of grammatical errors from an educational point of view. I would want to move for the adoption of all the sets of minutes with the amendments, and as well, more especially the emphasis on what you said about the report of SMU. It is important that we don't leave the signage that the report, it was based on which inquiry and for what. So it is important that you captured that well. I move for the adoption of the minutes with those few amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Manani. So, Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. I would like to second the adoption of the minutes with amendments. Thank you.
All right, the minutes for the 28th and the 28th and 30th of September 2022 have been adopted by Honorable Mananiso and seconded by Honorable Sibia. We'll then move to the set of minutes from October. Sorry, I just keep losing my placing on the laptop. Just give me a few seconds so I can reopen that file. Okay, so in October, we had minutes from the 12th, the 14th, the 19th, 21st, 26th, 28th of October. So we have 6 sets that we need to adopt. On the 12th of October, we dealt with a briefing by the Department of Higher Education. So we started our BRRR process basically. So we had that presentation by the FFC on the overview of funding and performance of the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Department of Science and Innovation. And we received a briefing by the AG on the audit outcomes of the Department of Higher Education and its entities for the year 2021-2022. A 7-page set of minutes. I opened the wrong one. A 7-page set of minutes and my amendments, honorable members, 3.2 was just around the wording. Because we said the bullet point number 3, we said the AGSA should ensure that public entities implement its recommendations going forward. So I just said, you know, the AG should strengthen their work in ensuring that public entities implement their recommendations. So going forward makes it sound like the AG is not doing that at the moment, but what we are calling for is a strengthening of that. And then on 4.3 DHET bullet point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we said that expedites the finalization of the feasibility study into the establishment of the University for Combating Crime in Hammanskraal. But I think we also wanted both studies. So we said that once they are done, we want both those the reports on those studies to be finalized and shared with the portfolio committee, given the update that the minister had given us. And that's it from my side in relation to those minutes on the 12th. Then if we move to the minutes on the 14th, we dealt with a briefing by the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, SAQA and the CHE in terms of their annual reports for the year 2021-2022. Their honorable members, just it was grammar in one of the sentences or paragraphs, and that was it. Then on the 14th, we're moving now to the 19th. On the 19th, we're dealing with DSI in terms of their performance reports or their annual reports, and that meeting started with an engagement by the AGSA, and it included the HSRC and SANSA. And I think there it was grammar, and yeah, that was that. But I also raised a concern around the resolutions. I felt that our resolutions were slim, and I don't know if before we adopt these reports, just to have an understanding from the Secretariat, if you've been able to add to that, because I just found them a bit slim. Of course, we do have the report of this particular BRRR process to support these minutes, and that's where we would find greater detail in terms of the resolutions. And then if we look at the minutes on the 21st of October, we dealt with TIA, NRF, and the CSIR and their annual reports. And in those set of minutes, yeah, I guess again, also under resolutions, my comment there was that they're just a bit slim. Then if you look at the minutes on the 26th of October, we dealt with the MTT on the NSF and the forensic report into the NSF and progress in the implementation of the NSF and their audit action plan. By and large, grammar, yeah. Yeah, I think by and large, it was just matters relating to grammar. And then just like in the conclusion, I just felt that colleagues should have indicated that we did continue this, we did resolve on continuing this meeting on that following Friday. Then if we look at the minutes, which is the last set for October, on the 28th of October, we dealt with the National Skills Fund. We continued that meeting and their annual report, the task teams, and we dealt with a consideration of the committee's budgetary review and recommendation reports, right? And in that set, I don't think there was just one issue, which was grammar. So honorable members, those are the minutes for October. Can I note members who would like to make any amendments? If not, then we'll go straight to the adoption of the minutes and the seconding of the adoption of the minutes. Can I note hands, please? Can I note a hand that seeks to adopt the minutes? Honorable Litsie, followed by Honorable Yabo. Honorable Litsie.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. With the amendment, I would like to move for the adoption of all sets of minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Litsie. Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon once again. I would like to second the adoption of minutes with amendments, all sets included. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, that then brings us to a point where the minutes of October have all been adopted. We will deal with the minutes of November in our next meeting, as well as the report from the NSFAS report in our next meeting. So that then brings us, well, those minutes of October will then have been adopted by Honorable Litsie, and the seconding of the adoption would have been done by Honorable Yabo. Thank you very much, honorable members. Let me note the hand of Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hope it's possible to hear me because I'm in a noisy area. I just want to mention that yesterday we had oral hearings at the Committee for Basic Education, and both Kusatu and another legal pressure group, if I can call it like that, advocated for compulsory schooling to grade 12. I asked them if they have any knowledge about what DHET does on levels 2, 3, and 4 of the NQF, and whether it would be wise to make schooling until grade 12 compulsory. The legal group clearly didn't know about it. He answered for 5 minutes, but he could just have said no. Kusatu gave a little bit more of an informed answer and voiced its distress, I could almost say, about TVET colleges and about the CETAs. But I thought I would ask the members of a party who is maybe in a coalition, tripartite coalition, amongst others with Kusatu, that maybe on a formal basis one could liaise with him. I think the suggestions that they make are not really, not informed, and maybe you could assist. I thought with the first possible opportunity, I'll mention it in this committee. So I thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thanks, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Mahlatsi, maybe you can liaise with Honorable Boshoff offline and try and get clarity on the concern that he's raising, and see if there's a way for colleagues to engage on those matters. All right, honorable members, that brings us to the end of our meeting. Thank you very much for your commitment. It is now 2:00 and members must travel safely to the house or log in safely to the house. Thank you so much. Let's see each other on Friday as we interact with the 3 science and innovation entities. And then also just a reminder that next week, Wednesday, we will be physically in Parliament to deal with the state of readiness for the academic year 2023. Thank you so much. This meeting has come to an end.
Thank you very much. Let's allow Honorable Boshoff to continue with his meetings.
Recording stopped.
Honorable Letsie.
Yeah.
Orlando Pirates.